I often like to view creepy things on the internet. I don't totally know why. I've just always been intrigued by things that are just off. Any media is fine to take in the content. Stories, movies, videos, audio clips, video games, whatever. I just want to be unnerved. I work third shift, so my sleep schedule is all messed up. I sleep during the day and work at night. I get 2 days off a week though, and always in a row. I could use this time to have some semblance of a normal life, but I'd rather not have to readjust my sleep schedule once work starts again, so I just stay up all night and sleep during the day. So, browsing the internet on one of those days off, I came to a thread which had a bunch of links on it. Each comment was just a link. Some of them led to websites about unexplained mysteries, some were streams of horror movies, and others were of accounts of paranormal events which were supposedly true. Then, I saw one that was none of the above. I don't remember what the link was. It was just random letters and numbers. It was nonsense. I clicked on it, and it took me to a single page with a single picture and nothing to click on. It auto full screened and refreshed at random intervals anywhere between roughly 2 and 10 seconds. There was text on the top of the picture which read XAN, WAI, and more gibberish. Creepy. I liked this site already. The picture showed a painting on the wall of a nondescript forest scene. There was a small TV screen centered at the bottom of the picture, an old CRT. On top of the TV was an older looking analog clock with a wood frame and fancy hands. The site continued to refresh, but the picture never changed. Out of sheer curiosity, I didn't leave the page. I kept the tab open and checked back every minute or two. Still no change. After about 10 minutes, I got tired of missing the refreshes. Maybe it was changing drastically, but only once every minute or something, and I was completely missing it. So I closed all other tabs to make sure I wouldn't be tempted to leave. I was staring at that picture for what seemed to be an hour. I checked my phone. It had been 26 minutes. I guess time goes slowly when you're just staring at a still image online. I can't say what it was, or when it was, but at some point, I noticed that it wasn't just a still image. Well, it was, but the image was changing. The clock, when I first pulled up the page, read something close to 4:15. Now it was showing 4:56. The clock had been changing the entire time. I watched it for a full minute, and somewhere among the refreshes, I saw the minute hand change to 57. The time on the clock didn't reflect the real time. Still though, this was dedication. Someone had to take a picture once per minute for an hour, or at least 45 minutes, and then have it change every minute. I kept watching it until it showed 5. I expected it to shift back to 4, but it went to 5:01. That's even more impressive. Maybe it went for a full 12 hours. Someone needs a job. Anyway, now I was hooked. I had to see if it had the full range of times. Now that I knew I didn't have to intently stare at the picture anymore, I was able to shift my focus to the text. It definitely seemed strange. I realized quickly that it was code of sorts, and it said XIIXIX. I thought about it for a while, but then I realized the colon in the phrase XII colon XIX 1219. I guess I had to wait till 1219 to see what was going to happen, what was worth all this work. The next few hours were boring. I'd check it every so often and see no change. Once I thought I saw something in the painting, but I'm pretty sure that was just my imagination and my mind wanted to see something. I set all of my clocks in my house to the time on the site, so I'd know where it was even when I wasn't at my computer. 12 o'clock came and I was glued to my computer. No getting up, no other tabs. I was just staring intently, watching the hands on the clock refresh, minute after minute. 12:18. Refresh. 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 I was certain that this minute had actually taken 4 or 5 minutes to transpire. Finally, 12:19. Nothing. No change in the image, no change to the site. That was disappointing. I'd figured I'd at least get a message on the site, or a different picture or something. Maybe that was the prank. Nothing. The guy who made this would lure people in, give them a simple puzzle to solve, just to pique their intrigue, and then disappoint them greatly. Bravo, I thought to myself. Or brava, I quickly corrected. I left the site and went back to my day. I couldn't get the site out of my head though. Not even an hour after I left, I convinced myself that I should go back to the site. Control-Shift-T. After all, there are 2 12:19s in a day, aren't there? The clock now said 12:48. I looked over at the clock on my desk, and it also said 12:48. The creator must have kept it synced up with local time or something. I had a nearly 12-hour wait ahead of me. I could have stayed up all night. Night for me, day for most normal people. But I didn't want to drive myself crazy, so I went to sleep. I didn't sleep well, or for very long. But then again, I rarely do. I checked the clock on the desk, which was still set to the website time, and it said 8:52. Only a little over 3 hours of a wait from here. I checked the site, and still no change in the image. I did things around the house and online to kill the next few hours. As soon as the clock was near 12, though, I was once again seated firmly in front of my computer screen. The next 18 minutes were agonizing. The last minute was even worse. The hands of the clock once again struck 12:19. And once again, nothing happened. I was distraught. I'd invested a lot of time into this. The minute wasn't over though, so I continued to watch. I then heard a click. Quiet, but still audible. After that, I noticed that the web page wasn't constantly refreshing anymore. The screen on the TV began to brighten. Finally, what I had waited for was happening. As the screen on the TV brightened, I began to be able to make out an image. It was small, because the TV screen on my monitor was only about 2 inches wide, but I could still clearly see that they were showing woods. Maybe it was the forest in the picture. The camera was bobbing up and down as grass and leaves passed by. It must have been someone filming themselves walking. The camera was kept pointed at the ground for the first minute or so, but then slowly started to point more horizontally. I could see that they were coming up on a yard. Some houses flashed quickly on the edges of the screen. There was some talking in another language. I couldn't say what the language was. And then clicks and clunks, like they were dealing with equipment. The camera made larger movements than before. I realized, as the sounds went away and the image stabilized dramatically, that they had been setting it up on a tripod. Once they got it set up, I heard a little more talking, and then the camera made one final turn. During the turn, I could see that it was set up just along the woods. The camera finally stopped shaking, and there was a house centered within the frame. As small as it was, I could tell it was my house. I jumped up from my desk chair, but kept my eyes fixed on the screen. The men abandoned their camera and walked up to the house, walked up to my house. They stood at the door for what was probably 12 seconds, but it seemed like 5 minutes. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if there was anything to do. They knocked on the door. I heard it faintly through my speakers, but it wasn't at the door. Not hearing it within my house calmed me down enough to check the door. Nobody was there. Nobody was in the yard. But I couldn't make anything out past a couple 100 feet. It was dark out, and the moon wasn't very bright. I closed and locked the door, and ran back up to the computer. The screen was still displaying these two men standing at the door. They knocked again, but this time harder. I watched as the door opened. A man answered it. I couldn't make him out. I was half expecting it to be me. I was relieved, though, to see that it wasn't. I have brown hair. The man on the screen had red hair. One of the men gestures something to him, and the red-haired man begins to close the door. At this point, the other man shoves the door open again, pulls a gun from his belt, and shoots the man in the head. I felt my face go pale and my jaw fall open. My vision started to go black, but I forced myself to keep my composure. The two men ran from the door and toward the camera. In the small TV screen on my monitor, and in the blur of motion, I could see that both men were smiling widely. They grabbed the camera, not bothering to take it off the tripod, and ran into the woods again. The camera swiveled on the tripod and showed one of the men's faces, but quite blurrily. He looked at the camera, reached over towards it with his other hand, and the screen on the TV went blank. The page refreshed again, but only once, and the clock still read 12:19. I exited out of my browser and even shut down my computer. I ran to the door one last time to see if I could see anything. Once again, there was nobody there. To this day, I have no clue what actually took place. I haven't had the nerve to revisit that site or ask anybody what happened to the people who lived here before I did. And I'm not sure I ever will. You may have heard of the Farnsworth experiments. My dad was one of the scientists involved. He rarely talked about it, and when he did, he always said the rumours were overplayed. The team tried and failed. Nothing more to it. He seemed to get annoyed at me asking him about it. When I kept it up, he eventually told me a brief account of what happened. It was in the mid-80s, and he was living in Albany, New York, pursuing his PhD. This was a year or two after I was born. He began work on a government-funded research project. The experiments were to be done under absolute secrecy. The goal was to test a 15-year-old hypothesis that previous to this point seemed untestable. If it were true, then time travel was possible. They spent nearly a year working on the project, known only by its codename, Farnsworth. They tried and tried, but found nothing. Then, the project ended. There were no deaths or disappearances. There were no strange events around the region. The reason the government denied the project's existence was purely embarrassment over funding something that, in hindsight, seemed so ridiculous. It felt good to know the truth. Whenever I heard someone retelling the story, I wished I could tell the real version. But I promised Dad that I wouldn't, for the sake of his career. For the next few years, I didn't really think about it. It was one little story, among many, sitting in the back of my mind. I went off to college, lived life, and never gave it a second thought. A few months after I graduated, I drove up to Boston for Thanksgiving of '06. Dad still lived in the same house that we lived in since I was maybe 10. Thanksgiving this year was smaller than the years before. It was just me, Dad, my older sister Kate. It was a normal Thanksgiving meal. Peas were in short supply, but I never much liked them anyway. Looking around the table, I felt déjà vu. We all sat in our usual chairs, clustered around the part of the table not covered in papers and screens filled with incomprehensible equations. It's nice to be back. Just so when the meal was drawing to a close, there was a knock on the front door. I went to go open it. It was a man, maybe 60 years old. He looked very worn out. His greyish hair was a mess. He was unshaven. My dad came over and said, "Bill, what are you doing here?" The man walked in and shut the door behind him. Dad looked over to us and said, "This is Bill Benson, an old colleague of mine." Bill looked at me and Kate, then back at my dad. "John, is there somewhere we can talk privately?" "In my office. Are you okay?" "I don't know." They walked away quickly. Kate and I waited for them to come back, very curious about what was going on. She seemed to remember him, just barely, from back in Albany. She must have been around 4 or 5 at the time. We kept looking down the hall to Dad's office. The door remained shut. No words possible to make out. After what felt like half an hour, Kate said, "I have an idea." She led me upstairs to her old bedroom, situated right above Dad's office. She motioned to be quiet and pointed to a vent in the corner of the room. From it, we could hear the muffled conversation. They were speaking in jargon. I heard a lot about oscillations. After maybe 2 or 3 minutes, I heard Bill Benson shout, "You can't hide. You have to face the truth." My dad replied, sounding more nervous than I've ever heard him, "I don't know why you went back." I got up from the floor quickly, hitting my head on a shelf with a loud thud. I heard the conversation stop. As me and Kate walked as quietly out of the room as we could, we heard footsteps downstairs. As we descended the old wooden flight of stairs, Dad walked into view. "How much did you hear?" he asked. I replied, "We were there for maybe 5 minutes." He told us to sit down at the table. We went back to the dining table. Bill Benson sat too, taking some old notes off the seat of his chair and putting them on top of the clustered side of the table. Dad took a deep breath and started to speak. "Kate, Robert, I have some things I need to explain." He seemed to be very shaken up, but he was pushing through it to the best of his ability. "You know how I've said I worked on the Farnsworth experiments when you were both really little, when I told you we failed? That was a lie. It worked, better than anyone could have expected. There was a problem, a big problem, and now we don't talk about it. We think about it as little as we can, and we never go back. That's why we moved away from Albany. Now Bill's problem is, he went back. He shouldn't have. We can't get ourselves back involved." He looked at me and my sister. "For your own good, don't try any detective work. Live like I live. Live like nothing ever happened. Those of us who ignore the past are fine. Now, we are going to eat dessert like nothing happened. And we're going to forget, okay?" I nodded, though my head was filling with questions. Bill looked over at Dad and said, "I can't just leave it like this. I tried for years. We have to find the ones they took. Emily might be out there. Don't you want to find her?" Dad said, "My wife is dead. She died in a car accident." Bill started to speak, but Dad cut him off. "If you want to stay for dessert, stay. But if you try to dredge things up that are meant to be forgotten, then you're not welcome in my home." I'd never seen Dad act like this before. Bill looked at him and said, "I'm sorry, John." He got up and walked through the adjoining living room and out the door, into the light snow. Dad took a deep breath and didn't speak for maybe a minute. Then he spoke. "I'm sorry you had to see that. There's nothing to worry about. I'll get out the pumpkin pie." We ate the pie in silence. A few weeks later, after I gotten over the shock of that night, I did some research on Bill Benson. At first, I couldn't find anything referencing him from within the past 10 years. I found an old web page for a university that listed a William C. Benson as a professor. The photo was definitely him. I ran the photo of him through face recognition and found 2 matches. The first was old. In it, there were 5 people, some in lab coats. Benson was on the left, looking much younger. His hair was neat. He was wearing street clothes, also neat. On the right were 2 women I didn't recognize. They were the oldest of the group. In the middle were my parents. Dad, who looked nearly the same as after all those years, and Mom, who I only remember from pictures. Above them was a banner saying, "Happy New Year 85. The photo was taken a few months after I was born. I saved it, then opened the second match. This picture of Benson must have been more recent. He looked like he had on Thanksgiving, but older. His hair was grayer and longer. The photo had been taken in the dark with a flash, making the background hard to make out. The thing that struck me most about that picture was the look of absolute terror on his face. I closed the photo quickly. I saved it too. I then noticed that they came from the same source. It was a blog with the two photos as the only posts. There were no dates posted on the posts. Whoever made the blog must have disabled them from showing. As the weeks and months went by, I tried to forget all that had happened. Whenever I think about it, I found myself filled with an equal mix of fear and curiosity. Forgetting over time became easier. I got a job in Tampa, Florida. I was in and out of 2 relationships. Kate was living in New Jersey, working on her residency at a big hospital. We never spoke about it. I assumed she was trying to forget too. Dad never said anything about it. He was completely normal. I took up photography as a hobby and was becoming pretty good. 4 years after I met Benson, the family got back together for Thanksgiving. I flew up from Florida to participate. This time, there were more people. My aunt and uncle, a cousin, and Kate's fiancé all showed up. It felt strange entering that old house. The memories flooded back to me. I was the last to arrive. The large dining room table was cleared of the clutter that had filled much of it in the past. I realized I was later than I thought, as Thanksgiving dinner was nearly underway. I sat on the last untaken chair, the same chair Bill Benson had sat on. Any anxiety I felt began to fade after a few minutes. It was nice. I was with family. Dad was chatting about the goings-on at MIT, his research, who was getting tenure, the usual things. I occasionally thought I heard some nervousness in his voice, but it was too subtle to really tell. We ate pumpkin pie. The next day, I returned to Florida. I felt relieved to step back into the warm, Florida air. 2 months later, I got a call from Kate. Dad had disappeared. He hadn't been coming to work. He wasn't at his house. His car was in his driveway. There was a search for him. I flew out immediately. They combed the area. They scoured databases. But even with his name, face, thumbprint, and retina, they found nothing. After a month, they stopped looking. He was presumed dead. I wanted to tell the police everything I knew, but they wouldn't believe me. Calling the Farnsworth experiments into it would be like blaming his disappearance on a UFO or the Bermuda Triangle. I did tell them about Bill Benson. I said that if he was alive and anyone knew where he was, Benson would. I told them he was a professor at a local college around 15 years ago, but I didn't remember which one. They quickly found it. Bridgewater State University. He taught physics and maths there for 10 years before resigning. It was clear he hadn't had any professorships after that. He'd completely dropped off everyone's radar. The one piece of information they could find about him was an apartment he had rented 5 years ago. It was in Albany, New York. They couldn't get other information. To them, Bill Benson was a dead end. I knew Dad was alive. He must have decided to go back, just like Bill. I had to find my dad and try pull him out of whatever he was putting himself into. On February 16th, I decided to find Benson myself. In early morning, I packed up my luggage and checked out of my Boston hotel. I scraped the ice off my windshield of my rental car and set off towards Albany. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. The drive was a little under 3 hours. When I got there, I checked into another hotel. Used a fake name. I don't know why I did it. It just felt like the right thing to do. Later, I made my way to his old apartment, bringing my camera with me. After a short drive, I found the building. I parked and walked in. I made my way to the main office and walked in. "Can I help you?" said the woman behind the desk. "Yes, can I ask you about a few questions about someone who used to live here?" "Is it about William Benson?" she replied. "Yes, it is." "I told the police everything. I don't know where he went when he moved out. Are you a detective?" "No, I'm John Bowen's son." She nodded and said, "You could talk to his old next-door neighbours. He lived in apartment 108. The people in 107 still live there. I hope they find your father." I thanked her and left. After a quick look around, I realised 100s were in the basement. I walked down a short flight of stairs and into a long hallway. 107 was easy to find. I knocked on the door. The residents were a couple in their early 30s, a man and woman named Kimberly and Al. I talked to them for a few minutes. They saw Benson as a bit of a nut. They barely talked to him besides greetings in the hallway. As I was about to leave, Kimberly seemed to remember something and told me to wait. She ran into the apartment and came out a minute later with a small, taped-shut cardboard box. "He told us if anyone trustworthy came looking for him, to give them this," she said. I thanked them both and returned to my car, ripping through the taped key. In it was a ridiculously old-looking cell phone, a photograph, and a few pieces of paper. I looked at the photograph first. I knew that photo. It was the New Year's Day photo. The exact same photo I'd seen on the internet 4 years previously. Memories came flooding back. I thought of the day Bill Benson came to Thanksgiving dinner and what he had said. I took a deep breath. I looked at the papers. Sheet after sheet of random notes and equations. I then flipped open the cell phone, turned it on. I opened the list of contacts. Only one was listed. It was a cell phone number under the name Call. I did it. It rang. Once, twice, 3 times. Then, I heard a voice. "Who is this?" said the phone. "It's Robert Bowen," I replied. "Good. Meet me in half an hour at the Washington Park. I'll be by the fountain." The call cut off. I knew it was Bill Benson. I remember his voice clearly. I put the contents of the box in my camera bag and made my way by foot to the park. After a bit of walking, I saw a fountain in the distance. Snow lightly fell. As I got closer to the fountain, I realised it was off, presumably for the winter. I brushed the snow off a bench and sat down waiting. After about 10 minutes, I saw someone walking towards me out of the storm. It was him. Bill Benson sat down. He looked older than when I last saw him. His hair was completely grey. It looked like he hadn't cut it for a while. He finally said, "Someone came." "Have you seen my dad?" I asked. he replied. No, but I'm trying to find him though. What happened to him? Where is he? Bill took a long pause, then said, I don't want you to get involved. I'm sorry I brought you into this, and I'm sorry I brought your John back into it. He was the only one of us who made a clean break. What happened with the Farnsworth experiments? What is it that everybody has been trying to hide from me for my entire life? It's for your own good that I don't tell you. Do you have the photograph from the box? I pulled the picture out. Bill looked at it and pointed to the woman on the far right. Disappeared, insane, disappeared, disappeared. Oh, and there's me. I'm trying to find these people, not send more off. And with that, he left, running away without another word. I snapped a picture of him as he disappeared over a hill. I looked to the ground and saw his footprints in the snow. I started following them before they were filled in. It felt like I'd been following those footprints for an hour, but they just kept going. Faint, but not quite filled in. I finally stopped to catch my breath. I was thinking Bill Benson must be keeping in great shape. He, in his 60s, was easily outpacing me, a 26-year-old. Then, a more unnerving thought came to mind. Washington Park was less than half a square mile large, but I'd been going straight for what must have been well over a mile. I wasn't going in circles, was I? I also hadn't seen the road in a long time. I began to look around. I was in the middle of a snowy wilderness. I was just in a city. How could I be here? The snow was starting to get pretty light. I pulled out my cell phone. No reception. Bill's cell phone. No reception. I looked at the footprints. They were almost gone, but not quite. I kept going for maybe 20 more minutes until I found where they were going to. They stopped at an old building made of sheet metal. It looked to be 2 stories. It had 1 window and 1 door. That building gave me the creeps. I pulled out my camera and snapped a picture of it. I walked the perimeter, but saw no other ways in. My head hurt like crazy. It was dark, night. What the hell just happened? Night. I was lying in the snow. I tried to think back. The last thing I could remember was the strange building. I took out my phone and looked at the time. 2:28 a.m. I used the glow of my phone as a flashlight, illuminating only a few feet in front of me. The only thought in my head was getting the hell out of here. I didn't know how to get back. I was shivering. I touched my head, feeling a sharp pain. I shined the phone light on my hand and saw blood. I decided just to start walking. I couldn't stay in one place. Every time I stopped, I felt like I was being watched. Eventually, I saw a light in the distance. I felt a tremendous feeling of relief. It was civilization. As I grew closer, the light grew brighter. Only one light. It certainly wasn't downtown Albany. Maybe it was a farmhouse, somewhere warm and safe. I began to run, cell phone outstretched. I felt a singing feeling as the source of the light grew more apparent. It was the sheet metal building. The light was coming from the one window. Then, it turned off. The only light coming from my cell phone The woods were completely still. I was frozen in place, but I didn't want to make a sound. The one door began to open, and I heard a familiar voice. It was Bill. "Robert, is that you?" said Bill as he stepped outside. I felt relieved. "Get in before you freeze to death." I walked in and followed Bill. It was warm inside. The room was large and devoid of any furnishings. There were 2 flights of stairs, one going up and one going down. "What is this place?" I asked. "This was our home base back in the 80s. "Is this where the experiments happened?" "Yes, exactly," said Bill. "Our lab was downstairs. Everything down there has been broken for a long time though." "How did I get here from the middle of the city?" I asked. "It would take me days to explain. Just think of it as a result of the experiments." "Somebody knocked me out? How do you know we're not in danger?" "I'm sure it was a tree branch. This place has been calm for years. We're safe." I was beginning to settle down slightly. "I'm gonna get a coffee," Bill said. "You want some coffee?" "Yeah, sure," I said. He walked to a flight of stairs that led up. After a minute or two, I walked over to those stairs. I could see Bill boiling water on a wood-burning stove. I walked over to the other staircase. I shined my phone light down the stairs, revealing an old wooden staircase. I flicked a light switch, causing the room to fill with light. It was a laboratory, with many devices I didn't know the purpose of. I nervously walked through it. On the other side of the lab was another door. I tried it. It opened without resistance. I flicked another switch and saw another lab, very similar to the first, but a little bigger. I noticed a banner on the far wall. It was old and faded, but I could make out what it said. "Happy New Year 85. I noticed on one table was an old notebook. I picked it up and opened it. It was lab notes. I began to read. A lot of it I didn't understand, but one section was relatively clear. It was a series of journal entries by one of the scientists. I don't have the notes, but I'll try my best to summarize what I read. Early entries are calm and optimistic. Lots of technical stuff. They ate pizza one night. Then there are the next few entries. More spaces out. They're mostly talking about an issue with the oscillators. The tone is warier. Then there's a 3-month gap. The next entry was the last, and I remember it clearly, word for word. It said, "We're being watched. I know it. I hate that hole." I didn't know what exactly it meant, but all my nerve seemed to leave. I wanted to go back upstairs, but first, I would take some pictures of the journal. It would only take a second. I took the camera out of my camera bag and turned it on. On the screen were flashing words, "out of memory." That was strange. To fill my memory card up, you would need a ridiculous number of photos. It was barely 7% full when I'd last looked. When did I last use the camera? Before I blacked out. I heard faint footsteps from far away. "I've got coffee," shouted Bill. "Be there in a minute," I shouted back. My mind was focused now on this new, peculiar problem. I began to scroll through my photos. Each picture had a number, the date it was taken, and its size on the screen around it. There was the picture of Bill's old apartment building. There was Bill running over the hill. There was the metal building. There it was again, and again. How many pictures of it did I take? I must not have blacked out. I lost a portion of my memory. I kept clicking through the pictures. I must have been taking them like mad. In the pictures, I walked back into the woods. There were 10 or 20 of the snow and trees. Then one of a man, Bill. He looked mad. I couldn't remember any of this. I'm guessing he was mad that I followed him. He calmed down in the next few pictures. We then showed up back at the metal building. I had no idea why we went back. Bill opened the door and we went in. Coffee's getting cold. I'm almost done with something. The next few pictures were of the ground floor of the metal building, but it was filled with furniture. All of it looked like it had been falling apart for a long time. Where did it all go? I felt a chill go up my spine. The next photos were of the first lab. I must have been trying to document every machine. Finally, I got to a photo of where Bill reached for the door to the second lab, the room I'm in now. I must have gone through the same routine, photographing everything. There was the banner. There were the lab notes. Then, one photo showed up that confused me. It was of another door. One I didn't see anywhere in the room. The file size in this photo was 15.3 gigabytes. Are you coming? Don't stay down there too long. The file sizes were expanding with each image. The next was a look at the door from farther away. Then one of Bill opening the door, obviously straining himself. The screen of my camera labelled this photo as the fourth from the last. 3 more. I pushed the button to see the next. It was Bill. He looked terrified. And then it hit me. This was the same photo I saw online 4 years ago. The background was too dark to make out what was in the third room. Whatever it was horrible. I could see it in his eyes. I'll just bring the coffee down to you then, Bill shouted calmly from 2 rooms away. How could he be so calm after what he saw? How could he say everything was safe? My fingers shook, but I managed to move on to the next picture. It was a hole, going deep, deep down. The instant the light from the photo hit my eyes, I felt a horrible feeling. I knew something was out there, watching me. I felt it. I felt watched from every angle. I quickly pushed the button. I couldn't stand looking at that picture for another second. The camera started loading the last picture. What flashed onto the screen shocked me more than anything in my life. Bill's dead body, lying next to the hole. He was covered from head to toe in scratches and wounds. A pool of blood had formed around him, dripping down into the hole. The same expression from the previous photo locked on his pale, dead face. I almost threw up. I pulled the batteries out of the camera. I felt too weak to move. Then, another thought came to mind. If Bill Benson was dead, who was it I had been talking to the last few hours? Who was it whose footsteps were coming from the second lab? I felt the watching return. There was nowhere I could hide. I heard the footsteps grow louder. Bill, whatever thing was impersonating him, was standing in the doorway. I could see through the disguise. The form I once saw as Bill was composed of grey wisps and tendrils, somehow forming one creature. Now, I could see what was watching me. More and more of them became clear. They moved in on me from all directions. They formed themselves into millions of arms, each grabbing me. I struggled with all of my might, but I was helpless. They felt cold and horrible. Then, they started to pull me across the room. I managed to get one glimpse of where they were pulling me. An open door. They were pulling me towards that hole. I struggled as they dragged me through the small doorway, past Bill's body, closer and closer. Then, they stopped. I don't know how long I was held there. All I know is eventually, I passed out from exhaustion. I woke up in a field. I was alive. I still felt watched, but I was alive. Today, I'm back to living my life the best that I can. They spared me. I don't know why. Now I'm under a sort of house arrest, if you will. I'm somewhere where I can't make trouble. I've been here 3 years now. It's now 2016. I have a job, an apartment. They're always there in the corner of my eye, watching me, every day. I haven't told anyone. I don't know why they do different things to different people. Some they watch, some they kill, and to some, they do much worse. I've now concluded that the Farnsworth experiment sought to find a means of time travel by drilling through another reality, but nobody considered what inhabitants it might have. I'll end with a brief statement to the people who were in my old life. My name is Robert Lawrence Bowen. I was born in 2084. I'm 29 years old. Dad, if you're listening to this, take your own advice. Kate, don't come after me. That goes for everyone back in Florida. By the time any of you will read this, I'll be dead. Don't try to save me. Don't try to change the past. They won't let you. The Farnsworth experiments have had many victims. Don't let yourself become one. Please, I don't know what to do. I've tried to tell my wife about this, but she's a science teacher and, thanks to my history of practical jokes, she thinks I'm just kidding. There is something stalking me. I don't know what it wants, but almost every night since I've started seeing it, it has terrorized me. It doesn't touch me. It doesn't communicate in any sort of way. It just fills me with horror. If I seem to ramble, please forgive me. I haven't slept in several days. We live in the second floor of a duplex with stairs down the back of the house to the basement where the laundry machines are. There's a door at the bottom of the stairs before the door to the basement that looks out onto our back porch and into the backyard. 6 days ago, I was going down to the basement to bring up some laundry, and I glanced out the door as I passed. There was a figure standing at the far edge of a yard. Her back was to me, and she was just standing there, looking into the woods beyond our yard. She was dressed in nothing but a light gown. It had lots of flowing material coming off of it that was whipping around in the air slowly. The whole scene creeps me out instantly. but I thought she might be a friend of our downstairs neighbour, so I continued to the basement. When I came back up, she wasn't there. The next night, I went down again, and as I passed the back door, I looked outside. The woman was back. She was exactly like she was the night before, facing away, not moving. The hair on my arms and neck stood up straight when I saw her. I was even more creeped out when I realized she was in the same clothes as the night before. That's when I did something I shouldn't have. I opened the back door. Leaning out, I called to her to see if she was okay. She didn't respond. She didn't make any sort of indication that she'd heard me. It was freezing cold, so I shut the door and locked it. Coming back upstairs afterward, I looked out the window and she was gone again. Later that same night, I was in the bedroom, getting ready to go to sleep. Everything was dark because my wife had gone to bed before me. Our bedroom looks out over the backyard, and my side of the bed faces the window, so I have to go past them to get in. As I was doing so, I suddenly got that same deep dread feeling in my stomach that I had gotten the first time I saw the figure in the backyard. Something compelled me to hesitate by the windows. My hands were shaking as I pulled the curtain back a bit and peeked through the shades into the backyard. It was a clear night, so the backyard wasn't shrouded in darkness. The woman was standing in the middle of the backyard, no longer at the edge of the woods, facing the house with her head tilted up to look directly at the window I was peeking from. I jerked away instantly, afraid she had seen me. Her face was covered in shadow and hair, but I saw her chin and nose. A sharp nose and a thin chin. Grey. Her skin looks grey, I think. Her hair is black and long. I was so scared. I jumped into bed and covered myself with the covers. The next day, I played outside in the snow with my 4-year-old daughter. She wanted me to pull her on a sled in the backyard. But just the thought of going back there made me scared again, so I talked her into digging holes in the snow in the front yard. That night, things went from bad to worse. Somehow, I'd managed to forget about the woman. Then, in the middle of the night, my daughter started crying. Our bedroom is just across the hall from hers. I thought she might need to use the bathroom or just be having a bad dream, so I went into her room to see if she was okay. She was uncovered, curled into a ball on a mattress. I pulled the covers over her, and that's when she whispered to me, "Daddy, there's someone in my closet." Instant goosebumps. I turned my head slowly toward the closet door at the end of her bed. Normally, the closet is shut, but now it was open. The woman was standing in my daughter's closet. Not even when it was clear that I saw her did she move or make a sound. Just stood there and looked at me through the cracked, open door. My blood ran cold when I saw her. "Get up," I told my daughter. "Get in my arms, quickly, quickly." She scrambled up and hugged me tightly, and I walked backward out of the room, watching the closet the entire time. In my mind, I imagined her throwing the closet door open and running at us, arms outstretched. I hugged my daughter and walked backward into my room. The woman never appeared in the doorway. I heard no movement from my daughter's room. I tucked her into my bed and stood there, watching the doorway to her bedroom. I did not go back in. I just stood there and watched and listened. When I finally got the courage to climb into bed, I didn't sleep. Sunday, I told my wife everything. I told her about the first time I saw this woman. I told her about calling out to her and seeing her from the window. I told her that she had appeared in our daughter's closet. She told me it wasn't funny, that it was my fault for our daughter's bad dreams, and that I shouldn't encourage her to be afraid of her closet. Sunday night, my daughter called to me from her room again. Call me a coward, but I couldn't go back into that room. I called her quietly to come get into our bed, but she cried and she said she was scared. I wanted to go and get her, but I was scared too. I told her to pull her blankets up and cover herself. Just cover yourself, honey, and you'll be okay. I prayed that it was true. I lay there, peeking over the sleeping form of my wife and out into the hallway at the closed door of my daughter's room, and just kept praying. I heard her cry a while longer. Then she went quiet, and I hoped that she was asleep. Monday, I piled toys in front of the door to a closet. By that time, there was no doubt in my mind that this was some sort of ghost or apparition, but I piled things in front of the closet door anyway. Like a pile of toys could stop a ghost. Monday night, my daughter did not cry, but I didn't sleep. I lay there, looking at the ceiling, tense. Around 2 a.m., I heard her bedroom door creak open, and I knew something was wrong. She must be scared, I thought, so I called to her like before. Just come to me and you can sleep in our bed, sweetie. But she didn't come. I peeked over my wife. The woman was standing there in the doorway to my daughter's room. Her arms hung at her sides, her shoulders slouched down. Her gown was dirty, like it hadn't been washed in years, and hung off her like torn rags. I wasn't breathing. I wasn't blinking. I just looked at her, and she looked at me, and I thought this was it. I'm going to die. She never moved, never made a sound. I whispered, "Please go away. Please leave me alone. Please, I'm sorry." I couldn't look away. If I look away, she would get closer. I was sure of it. If I close my eyes, when I open them, she'll be standing over me, looking at me. At some point, she was gone. It's like I fell asleep with my eyes open. I don't remember her disappearing, just that I was looking at the doorway and she wasn't there anymore. Last night, I lay awake, waiting. I asked my wife to shut our bedroom door because the nightlight in the hallway was keeping me awake. It was stupid. I don't know what I was thinking. Like clockwork, I heard my daughter's bedroom door creak open. I held my breath. Then, I heard the floorboards in the hallway creaking, and I started shaking uncontrollably. I heard our bedroom door open, and I knew she was standing there, in the doorway, not moving, just looking at me. I didn't look. I couldn't. I did what I had told my daughter to do and pulled the covers over my head. I am a complete mess, a zombie at work. I don't want to go home anymore. I think I see the woman in other places. A glance while driving, and I think she's sitting in the passenger seat of the truck behind me, or standing down the street as I drive off. Just sitting here at my desk, someone passes by behind me and I jump. I'm afraid that if I turn around, she'll be there, waiting for me to look at her. And what if I saw her face? I don't want to see it. I don't want to see her anymore, but I don't know what to do. The only hope I feel is that, for unrelated reasons, my wife is talking about moving. But our lease isn't up until May. I don't know if I can hold out that long. Once, when I was in kindergarten, I got booted out of class for telling the new girl, Abigail, that she smelled bad. I remember it vividly. A bloody, burny, boozy smell that hit me the moment she came in. Abigail burst into tears, and I got a stern lecture on telling lies. But it wasn't a lie. My little nose had leapt forward 10 years into the future, where a teenage Abigail would drunkenly plough her parents' Mitsubishi straight into the front of an oncoming bus. When we met again in middle school, I smelt it a second time, along with the song she'd be playing on the radio. 5 seconds of a generic disco beat, the last thing she'd hear. I know it's bad to say, but there's something sacred about it. There's nothing more personal than someone's last moments of life. I try not to take it for granted. It's hard sometimes, though, especially once I got older and better at it. Along with smells came sounds, sights, and even feelings, though the last one was rare. In this day and age, most people go to their death with pastel colours and blinking machines and a faint whiff of hand sanitizer, their brains too fizzled to know what's about to happen. There are expectations. Like Abigail, or my middle school gym teacher, who was going to die with a deafening bang in a rush of mad courage. I couldn't hear a word of his opening lecture because my ears were still ringing. Suicide will do that to you. Have I ever told anyone? Of course not. Can you imagine? Even if they did believe me, which I doubt, it wouldn't be long before curiosity got the better of them. They'd want to know what I saw in them, which is fine for the heart attacks and the quietly in their sleeps. But what do you say to a murder? And no, you can't change it. Don't ask me because I already tried. And you can't beat the system. You just can't. I already lost someone to that. Her name was Phoebe, and she was in my history class at community college. It was a pretty small place, and I knew most of the other kids there, except for her. We weren't on speaking terms because every time she came within a few feet of me, I got the urge to vomit. It was motion sickness, but also something worse. Fear. Hers was the worst fear I'd ever felt in another human being. I could hardly stand to be in the same room as her, I managed to avoid her for a couple of months, until one day, when she arrived late to class. She apologized and looked around before striding to the back of the room and sitting beside me. There was nothing I could do. I felt it all, the nausea, the terror, and a vision too, of me stuck fast in my seat as I hurtled headlong, flaming out of the sky, the ocean rushing up towards me, screaming, then smack. Nothing. When I came to, she was glaring at me. "What the hell is your problem?" she whispered. "What?" I asked, the queasiness subsiding. If you don't like me, then just say so, asshole. Quit pretending to be ill all the time." "Huh?" I sat up, trying to get a better look at her. We'd never been this close before. She was pretty. I had thought about how I must look to her, running away, retching every time she got close. "I swear, it's not on purpose," I said. "I'm sick a lot. It isn't you." "Sure," she said, looking back towards the front of the class. "Honestly," I said, let me make it up to you." She raised her eyebrows. "Seriously?" And that was the start of it. Within a month, we were official. It was the happiest time of my life. The sickness didn't go away, but it subsided after a couple minutes, and she stopped taking it personally after a while. Dashing to the bathroom became part of the routine on dates. We did everything together. All the dumb couple things, movies, dinners, walks. It was my first serious relationship. I convinced myself that her death, whatever it was still years into the future. For a while, anyway. At the start of summer, she told me she was going to visit her grandparents out of state. "The flight's Monday. I won't be gone much more than a week." "Flight?" I replied. "Yeah," she replied. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" I convinced her to take a road trip. I can't remember the exact excuse I gave her. Some nonsense about expenses, life experience, our carbon footprint. How it took me that long to guess it was a plane crash, I'll never know. I was in too deep, I guess. But whatever it was I said, she must have seen I was serious. She rented a red Mini from the local garage and, after we'd packed up, I kissed her goodbye, and it was the right decision. "Okay," she laughed. "Weirdo." Straight after she left, I got the urge to call her, but I told myself I was being overprotective. I worked for a few hours, then flopped down in front of the TV. I watched bad reality shows until I got bored, then flicked to the local news station just in time to see the breaking story of a 12-car pileup on a suspended bridge when a truck driver, dozing at the wheel, had strayed out of his lane, clipping the corner of a passenger car which swerved into another, triggering a chain of collisions which ended tragically when, some viewers may find this footage disturbing, a red Mini was forced over the side, plummeting into the ocean below. I grew up in a nice little suburban neighborhood. All my neighbors had nice lawns and acted pleasant. We had tons of street lights and all the houses looked inviting. It reminded me of those TV suburbs where everyone is pleasant, forgettable, and the drama is kept to a minimum. I remember across from our house stood a streetlight in the Jacksons' front yard. Mr. Jackson was a nice man who used to grow mushrooms in his basement. Not the drug kind, portobellos. He would give us some from time to time. They were delicious. I think the biggest bit of news that happened my entire childhood was that Mrs. Jackson took off one day. Mr. Jackson kind of plodded around, looking off into the distance after that. He became really soft-spoken and withdrawn. My parents invited our distraught neighbour over for dinner every Sunday after that, just to keep him company. He was pretty short and unimposing. Even as a 12-year-old, he acted kind of shy around me. He was always agreeable, but his eyes were the saddest that I had ever seen. You could tell she took a part of him with her when she left. The only other odd thing that I can remember is right after she left, that streetlight went out in front of the house. They fixed it about 5 times a month, but it wouldn't stay on. I remember thinking it was a metaphor for his life, like the universe decided to darken on him. My parents worked themselves up when he mentioned it because he had said it was just another thing that wasn't working out in his life. My parents declared war on the city. I think they were worried that he might kill himself. I thought he might too. They wrote letters and made calls for weeks, and finally, the city caved. For the next week, they showed up every day, digging it up and rewiring a new one, setting it in. They tore up the whole sidewalk. When they relaid the concrete, I snuck over and wrote my initials in it. After that, though, it never faltered. Lit up his house like the 4th of July. I think because my parents went that far out of their way, he really appreciated them. He seemed a lot happier in general on the Sunday dinners. Not any specific way, just more animated and a little more talkative. It had literally lit up his life. He was almost a different person. I guess sometimes it really is the little things. Well, sadly, Mr. Jackson passed away a month ago. I came home to my parents' house to help them with the arrangements. Mr. Jackson just had us as family, so it fell on us to sort everything out. I got here about 2 days after he had passed, and we had been arranging his estate with the charity when it happened. The streetlight blew again, after 15 years without a problem. My parents loudly proclaimed it was his ghost. I wasn't convinced, but I saw the symbolism. I called the city works department and tried to put in a repair order. They told me it wasn't going to happen anytime soon. I felt kind of guilty, but after seeing the heartbreak in my parents' eyes when they asked, I knew what I had to do. I'm not proud of it, but I snuck over in the cover of dark and I chipped at the pole with some hand tools. I didn't take enough wood off to seriously endanger anyone, but I did get in enough that it looked bad and needed replacing. I called the city again and restated it had went out, and then added that the pole looked like it was going to fall over and hit the house, and that I couldn't believe they would let such an unsafe light stand in a neighborhood with children. That did it. They told me a new one would be up within a week. I didn't tell my parents about the sabotage and they didn't ask. They just thanked me. Well, the city workers dug up the pole and had a crew breaking up the sidewalk the first day. It was loud, but it seemed like it would be a good memorial. I was going to put his initials in the concrete where mine had been. The middle of the second day, though, construction stopped suddenly. All the machine sounds vanished and replaced themselves with yelling. The cops showed up. Lots of them. It looked like sugar on an anthill. I was sure I was going to jail for sabotaging the pole. I waited, and my parents tensed up when the imposing knock came from the door. The police officer drilled my mom and dad for 2 hours about Mr. Jackson. Then it was weird. He talked into his walkie-talkie for a second, and then started about Mrs. Jackson. Mr. Jackson had told us she had moved back to Mississippi with her mother. The policeman informed us that they had just confirmed that the body of Mrs. Jackson had been found under the sidewalk. She had been there for over a decade. The police ripped apart the Jackson house after that. For a while, the things they hauled out looked pretty normal. Couches, tables, bedding. Then, they got to the basement and upturned all the mushroom beds. Hundreds of animal skeletons, some smashed, some ground to dust, some recently buried. Apparently, Mr. Jackson had been using dead animals as fertilizer for a long time. We had been eating murdered animals every Sunday when he brought over the mushrooms. They thought Mrs. Jackson had found out about the animals, and he had done her in. Then, he kept sabotaging the light to get it replaced, and hid her bones in the dirt before they laid the sidewalk. It was a nice neighborhood and well lit, so it wasn't like he could just drag her out into his trunk and no one would see. My parents had unwittingly helped him hide the body all those years ago. I really wish that was the worst part. The officer told us all of this, and on his way out, he made one last remark. Officer Dan had said, "Although we really can't be sure, after a decade and the flesh having been stripped off like that, I'm pretty sure he used her as fertilizer too. Have to hear back from forensics." Okay, I've been reading all sorts of stories on the Reality Glitches subreddit, and I finally decided to write out my experience. I posted my story there, and it was suggested that I share the experience with you folks as well. I hope to reach out to others that this may have happened to, as well as make others aware of this phenomenon. I still don't know how to explain what happened, but at least now I know what to call it since coming here. When I was 10 years old, I used to have a recurring nightmare about my death, to put it bluntly. I can't remember all the details, but in all of the dreams, I would be looking through what might have been a window frame from the outside. There was also an orange jacket or garment on the chair inside that I could see through the window. I would make a motion, as if I was going to ascend a rung, and suddenly I would fall what felt like at least 3 stories. Then I'd be lying down, staring up at the sky, and see a wooden ladder, presumably from which I fell. The image of this ladder leaning against the house would be the last thing I'd see before waking up. These nightmares probably wouldn't have caused me so much distress if it hadn't been for how goddamn real they felt. I could smell the air, feel the sun on my back. I could even feel the incredible pain through my body as I lay on the ground. Anyways, I pretty much forgot all about these nightmares as I grew up. I stopped having them around age 11 and never had one again. I'm 33 now, and my good friend just got married to his high school sweetheart. Let's call him Jerry. They live in a nice barn-style house that he built himself. I have limited carpentry skills, but despite knowing this, my friend asked me to help him with certain parts of the building process: drywall, putting in windows, shingling and whatnot. I think he just wanted to spend some quality man time with me, to be honest. It took a total of 11 months to complete the house. And like I said, I would drop by from time to time to help Jerry with the odd job. Once the house was nearing completion, Jerry had started putting in the windows. He asked me to come down one weekend to help him put some windows on the third floor. We ended up doing 3 that Sunday and called it quits around 7. Sunday morning, Jerry called me to ask a favour. There was a big storm coming in Sunday night, and he had realised that while we did put the windows in, we didn't seal one of them with caulking. He didn't like the idea of water getting inside after we'd just put the drywall up, so he asked me to seal the window up soon if I could. He had to take his wife to the hospital, so he was unable to, plus I only lived 20 minutes away. So, after a brief McDonald's breakfast, I headed down to the house, found the caulking gun, and then searched for a ladder. Jerry had brought 2 down to the site, 1 aluminium and 1 wood. I grabbed the wooden one as it was already on the side of the house, with the unsealed window. Once I propped it up against the house, I began to ascend. Once I was high enough, I was able to peer through the window, and when I did, I felt a jolt of electric fear go through my body. The nightmares I had as a kid came back to me in a flash. The smell, the warm sun hitting my back, it was identical to the dream. And I also recognized Jerry's orange hunting jacket that he had left on a chair on the other side of the window. Everything was exactly the same. Remembering the rest of the dream, I quickly descended the ladder and went back to my truck, feeling kind of disturbed. I stood there for a while, debating if I should try to seal the window or not. In the end, what I did was try my best to seal it from the inside. I'll admit I did a half-assed job, but hey, can you blame me? I finished up and went home, trying to forget about it all. The following weekend, Jerry asked me to come down and help him shingle the roof. When I arrived there, I noticed Jerry was limping a bit. When I asked him what happened, he said he rolled his ankle when one of the rungs on his wooden ladder broke. He was only a few steps up, so it wasn't a big deal. It was for me. I stayed calm, but mentally, I was a wreck. Not only did my dream somehow predict that ladder breaking, I half knew about it but never even warned Jerry. I felt like crap. That's about it though. Later on I did realize that I must have had the ladder upside down when I climbed it, meaning the defective rung would be near the top. When Jerry went to use it, he must have flipped it the other way so the rung was near the bottom. I still think about this from time to time, and it never ceases to disturb me. Evelyn was excited. At 5 years of age, excitement meant fidgeting, whining, and asking the same questions over and over again. She was about to have her first haircut, and she wasn't upset at all at having to lose her long, brown locks. "Am I next, Mommy?" Evelyn pleaded while squeezing her mother's hand and pulling down her arm. Exasperated, Evelyn's mother hushed her sternly. She looked so tired. The winter was particularly long and hard that year, and they were both hungry due to food shortages, and there was no time for them to have breakfast anyway. Their train was leaving early, and it was a long trip to the barber shop. The barber shop was a large, old, two-story building that hadn't aged well. The walls were cracked, crumbling in places, and covered in a faded red hue that desperately needed another coat of paint. Outside the barber shop was very crowded, people shoving and shouting. Evelyn was a naturally anxious child, and if it weren't for the smart, well-dressed policeman and his dog patrolling the area, she would have been overwhelmed to the point of tears. Evelyn looked ahead and saw there were only 3 families ahead of them, all women and children. The children were much older than Evelyn, but she was tall for her age, so she didn't feel much out of place. Evelyn supposed their fathers were busy at work or home. She knew that such errands were the woman's jobs anyway. Evelyn missed her father. He died the year before from a freak accident at work, and every night she cried for him. While Evelyn was studying the ground, following the path of a determined ant, proudly lugging a crumb of bread to his hungry family, she heard a blood-curdling scream behind them. Trying to look through the sea of people was futile, and she asked her mother what happened. A lady fainted," Evelyn's mother stammered nervously. "It's quite alright. Look, we're next." It was true. They were at the entrance and the door swung open. "Hurry inside, baby," Mother said, gently ushering the shivering Evelyn inside, holding her hand tight. Evelyn's tummy was rumbling and it sank when she stepped into the barber shop. As her eyes adjusted to the dimly lit room, she took in her surroundings, and a fresh wave of anxiety swept over her. The formerly green-tiled floor was covered in discarded dead hair, mostly black and brown with splashes of grey. Near the back exit, covered by a long stained curtain, were 2 policemen, laughing as they led a woman by the arms through the curtain to a dark area beyond. A heavy-set old man, with a dirty white apron and hairy arms, beckoned her to come closer. He patted the seat of the barber chair lightly as a rotten-toothed grin spread across his lined face. The smell in the air was hot and metallic. A semi-bald woman shuffling past sobbing, her scalp bleeding as Evelyn tried to take a step back. Her mother held her hand tighter as she bent down to whisper in her daughter's ear. "Be strong, my baby. It has to be done. Mommy will go next, and after that, we will get numbered. Have a shower, and then they will give us some food." What exactly is the sound of silence? Some say it's deafening, like the world is rumbling around them. I've experienced this type of silence on trips to the outdoors, but I don't think it is actually silence that is producing all the encompassing drone, but that millions of tiny noises, from the rustling of tiny leaves to the scratching of tiny insects, joined together in a symphony of sound that could not previously be heard over the songs of the birds or the rushing of wind. The only place in which I have found true silence has been through purely artificial means. As for myself, I have found that my room is sufficiently quiet at about 1 o'clock at night, when I am the only one left awake and cars no longer pass by my window. If you live in a noisy neighborhood, try and find a room that is as sealed off from the world as possible, because in order to hear the sound of silence, there must be absolutely no noise in your room whatsoever. If you finally find a quiet place and want to hear the sound of silence, take a deep breath, pop your ears, hold your breath, and listen as hard as you can. At first, it'll be like trying to hear a pin drop from a mile away. But be patient, because after a while of listening to absolutely nothing, you should hear faint beeping or a ringing sound. It'll be hard to pick up at first, but when you hear it, focus on the noise and it will become clearer and louder. To me, it sounds like the mechanical dinging sound most microwaves make after they're done cooking. If you can hear the noise, then congratulations, you have just become infected. Like me, you will probably just brush off the noise as soon as you hear it to be a trick of your mind. You will likely become irritated with the sound and drown it out with music, a YouTube video, or the sound of your own breathing. It will go away for a while. You may even begin to doubt the existence of the sound you thought you heard. But eventually, you will have to go to sleep. If you're like me, everything has to be quiet in order to sleep. But just as soon as you turn off all sources of sound, you'll hear it again. It'll be faint and easily ignorable at first, but curiosity will drive you to pop your ears and listen again. No matter how hard I try to resist, I always succumb to my instinct to focus on the noise. Eventually, you'll get tired enough to sleep. Days may go by before you hear it again, but make no mistake, the noise will not have gotten any dimmer. Eventually, you will remember the night you heard the sound of silence and you'll listen again. But every time you listen, the noise will grow louder. If you're as weak to temptation as I am, you'll keep listening to the sound and it will slowly grow in volume. Night after night, you listen to the sound right before you go to sleep. As intrusive as it is, you can't help but listen more closely when you hear it. It may frighten you when house noises and breathing do not subdue the noise anymore. But with enough time, not even music will be able to drown out the ringing. After days of this, you will begin to hear it outside of your quiet place. You'll hear it in between car honks and commercial breaks. By this time, nights will become absolutely hell as you are forced to have your ears filled with constant beeping. Prepare to spend many sleepless nights searching for anything loud enough to counteract the noise. After many weeks, or perhaps even months, following your initial experiment, the noise that you could just faintly make out will have overpowered your senses. No sound, no matter how loud, will interrupt the buzzing sound you will now hear. Many people think that I've gone deaf, but that could not be farther from the truth. I can hear the sound of silence, and I can't stop. Now, you're probably thinking, why would anyone want to go through something like that? This guy must be a real jerk to provide people with a new means with which to torture themselves. That is not my goal, for I do not believe that I have truly lost my hearing. I may not be able to hear everyday noises, but every once in a while, through the clutter of sounds that fill my ears, I can make out voices. One time, I was distracted by work stresses. I walked out into a crosswalk and had forgotten to check if there was any traffic coming. I usually just expected any cars to stop when I would start walking across, but one car did not seem to know this as it came speeding towards me. It would have killed me had it not been for a voice which compelled me to stop walking just in time. I do not believe I've lost my hearing, but that my ears have tapped into a deeper realm of listening. The voices have told me what to do, and having seen their wisdom and foresight, I obey them without question. Their decisions, no matter how strange or sinister they would appear at first, would somehow always lead to more beneficial outcomes in the end. As for me, I am currently in prison. But don't worry, the voices have already told me about a way to get me out. Before I do so, however, they wanted me to write down instructions on how to contact them and pass it along to people such as yourselves so that you can hear them as well. They have so many plans for this world, but they need more people to listen to them. So please, if you ever find yourself in a quiet place, listen hard to the emptiness, and if you're lucky, you might just hear a tiny beeping noise coming from nowhere at all. Everyone has tales about the strange and bizarre. My story is about how my half-whole mask saved my life, and continues to save my life to this very day. Late in December, I was traveling north from California to my home state of Oregon. Nothing fancy. I was just going to visit family for the holidays. On my way north, I hit a small snow town. Nothing awful, just a lot of snow falling all at once. I wasn't worried about the small increase of snow at first, considering I had snow tires installed before I started my long journey home. I did, however, get a little hesitant to drive when the snow started to really come down. The large amount of falling snow, coupled with the large amount already littering the ground as I travelled higher into the mountains, caused me to consider finding a place to stay for the night. I figured I could get some sleep while the storm passes over. That, and the fact that I could give my car's heater a break before it would decide to burst into flames, or worse, just stop working altogether. I scanned as much of the landscape as I could, but there were no buildings in the immediate area. The only other option I had for my predicament was to keep driving and hope there was a town or exit nearby that I could take in order to escape from the storm. I must have been driving for at least an hour before I saw a sign up ahead indicating how far the closest city was. My heart sank a little when I read 162 miles as it flew by my windshield and vanished into the snowy night. At this point, the snow was beating against my windshield, and I knew I wasn't going to last 162 minutes, let alone 162 miles. The digital clock on my radio read 1:21 AM, and I decided that the next turn off I saw, I would take, and hope that I could find a neighbourhood that will produce some results in my current endeavour. My thought process was either freeze to death in my car, or stay the night at some random person's house. Weighing the two options in my head, I picked the only thing a sane person would pick, and go with the house. Another 30 minutes flew by, and still no luck finding a place to pull off. Just when I was starting to lose hope, I saw a turn-off in the distance. A small shape started to make its way closer into my headlights, and, on further inspection, it was revealed to me that they were two wooden poles that possibly belonged to a fence. When I turned onto the road between the two wooden poles, the ground beneath me felt rocky and rough. I was travelling on gravel. I didn't drive for too long before I started to see a small cabin creep into my field of view. The lights in the cabin were off, but the place seemed to be in good shape. I parked my car under a tall, wild-looking tree that took residence on the cabin's front lawn. Getting out of my car, I immediately grabbed my extra jacket and put it on, pulling the half-whole mask I wore around my neck up and over my ears to keep the heat around my face. I put a cap on and trudged up to the cabin after putting my cap snug on my head. As I travelled through the cold, windy night up to what I felt was my salvation, I immediately regretted not having any gloves for my hands. Despite the irritation I had with my hands, my face and the rest of my body were comfortably warm, so I didn't have much room to complain. I stuffed my frozen hands deep into my pockets and continued my journey down the cabin's lawn. As I made my way to the door, I noticed something odd. There was no indication of life anywhere. There wasn't even a car in the front yard. Taking my right hand out of my pocket, I knocked 3 times, waiting patiently before saying, "Hello? Is anyone in there? I'm sorry to bother you so late at night, but I need a place to stay for a few hours." Nothing answered my plea for help, so I knocked 3 more times on the door, hitting my knuckles harder against the aged wood of the entrance. "Hello?" I said again, a little louder, before continuing with, "I'm not here to rob you or anything. I just need a place to stay for the night. I promise I'll be gone by sunrise." As I finished my sentence, I touched the ornate metal door handle, noticing that the door seemed to be unlocked. I said in a loud voice, "I'm coming in now. If there's anybody in there, let me know now, please." I pressed the metal lever down, finding it a bit odd that the door was unlocked, and opened the door with little resistance on the other end, closing it behind me with about the same resistance, despite the fact the door looked really old. Looking around the area, I noticed the cabin had 5 rooms: the living room, which was the biggest room, a small kitchen, an even smaller washroom, and what I assumed were 2 small bedrooms in the back. No lights were on inside the cozy cabin, making it almost pitch dark if my eyes weren't already adjusted to the darkness from outside. I decided the best thing to do would be search for a light switch, so I took out my phone and turned on my flashlight app to scan the walls. My scan produced no results, however, and, at the risk of losing precious battery power on my phone, I decided the best option would be to turn off the light and put my phone on airplane mode. Before turning off my phone, I studied the paintings hanging on the walls that glossed over the initial scan. Each painting that crossed my sight was just typical landscapes or harbours, things like that. There was a painting that looked like a fox hunt or something like that. But other than that, it was just typical paintings you would see hanging on the walls around an elderly person's home. There was a painting, however, that caught my attention. The painting was small and consisted of what looked to be 2 adults, a mother and father, a teenage girl, and a small child. The family captured in that painting were wearing what looked like Victorian-era clothing. I'm only guessing about the clothes. I mean, they could have been from the 1800s or early 20th century. The point is that the clothes was very ornate and regal. There was something really disturbing about the image in the painting, though. The faces of each member of the family looked like they were smoothed over with clay. It's kind of hard to describe, but the 3 family members looked like they had no facial features. By no facial features, I mean, instead of the normal facial features you and I have, the 3 people in the painting had grooves of smooth flesh where normally you'd have eyes, nose, or mouth. The only person in the painting that didn't possess the blank face was the teenage girl, which had normal facial features for a teenage girl. In fact, she was quite breathtaking. I pulled myself away from the painting to take a glance at my phone for the time. My phone indicated that it was past 2 o'clock in the morning, so I decided to go to the back room and check to see if it was occupied. To my relief, the room was vacant, besides a medium-sized blanket, ornate dresser, and nightstand. The walls were blank, besides more sappy paintings to give it a little more atmosphere. Although there was no indication of a heating system, besides a chimney, the rooms were bearable enough that I figured I could just bundle up in my clothes under the covers in order to stay warm. I was only going to be there for a few hours anyway, so there wasn't much point in starting a fire. Plus the people who owned the cabin wouldn't be back tonight considering how late it was. I hopped into the worn-out bed, facing the open door next to another door I assumed was a closet, and pulled my half-hold mask completely up and over my face to make sure my head would stay nice and warm the rest of my stay. Pulling the fabric of my mask down slightly, I set the alarm on my phone for 4 a.m. and put it back down onto the nightstand. I covered my face again and bundled up tightly within the sheets, closing my eyes and letting dreamland take me away until I woke up after what felt like minutes later to the sound of scratching. My body froze as I heard the noise over and over again, softly coming from the closed door. I tried to relax myself by thinking that all the noise that I heard was just a rat or some other animal that was spending the night in the closet while the cabin owners were away. Quietly, I shifted onto my back, pulling my half-whole mask down slightly so a little slit appeared, giving me a small window to look at what was out there. I laid on the bed, stiff as a board with my cap and mask covering my face in such a way that it acted like a visor, giving me a small peek at what was in the darkness. Thankfully, my eyes were still adjusted to the dark, which gave me a small amount of reassurance as I continued looking in the direction the scratching noise was coming from. The scratching continued louder and longer for what seemed like minutes, until just like that, it suddenly stopped. Silence filled the room again, but it wasn't a safe kind of silence. The deafening silence in the room was a foreboding, ominous sort of silence. The vacuum of sound in the air was the type of silence that happens in a movie, just before something jumps out at you. Just when I began to calm myself down, the doorknob to the closet began to jiggle and turn very slowly. My heart was racing out of my chest as I saw and heard that knob turn, and every inch of my body wanted to bolt out of that bed and out of that cabin before whatever was on the other side of that door got out after me. I lay perfectly still on the bed, despite the fact that I had a cocktail of adrenaline, nerves, and instincts telling me to get the hell out of there. My eyes widened as the door to the closet opened slightly, and I saw what looked like a dried head attached to an elongated neck pop out of the opening, followed by a skeletal body. The thing that emerged from the closet crawled on all fours out of the doorway and slowly made its way to the bed I was sleeping in. I had never been more frightened in my whole entire life as the thing stood up, almost touching the roof of the cabin, and looked down in my direction. The creature stood there, studying me as I peeked through the thin slit in my mask, pure terror swirling around in my mind as I glanced up at the body of the creature. Looking at the creature's skeletal face, I noticed that it had no eyes in its eye sockets, which led me to believe that it couldn't see me, even though I could see it. Just when the idea of it not being able to see me started to give me a little comfort, the creature began to speak. "Strange," the creature whispered, softly, as it continued to watch me, and then began to speak again. "It has no fear of me," the creature continued to say in a hoarse tone as it began to breathe loudly, continuing to look at me and gripping down the edge of my bed. Feeling the creature's bony hand touch the edge of my bed caused my brain to go into complete panic mode. The only thing that stopped me from jumping up was the thought that maybe the creature believed I was dead or asleep and wouldn't attack. How can it not fear? How can it not fear me? The thing said through clenched teeth, before loudly gasping and suddenly pulling back with its mouth open in an expression that seemed like fear. "It has no face," the thing whispered to itself as it continued to back away. "It has no face," the creature said again, but this time louder than before and slightly more threatening. "It has no face!" the creature shouted as it backed off further away from the bed. I heard the thing breathing loudly and quickly before calming down and slowly returning to the side of the bed. Leaning over me, slowly, the creature continued to look at me before softly beginning to breathe on my face. I could smell its foul breath even through my mask. The smell was so powerful that it took all my strength not to gag as a reflex to the awful stench. In my mind, I made the choice to keep motionless and not do or say anything that could compromise whatever illusion I was giving the thing that was currently studying me. The creature breathed on me again, softly. The stench I smelled from its breath could only be described as pure death, which only strengthened my resolve to stay perfectly motionless. "Strange," the thing whispered at me again, leaning in close to me to the point where I could see and smell its decaying flesh. The creature slowly reached for me, its hand slowly moving towards my face. With every inch that decaying hand moved, I couldn't help but feel my situation becoming more and more dire. I thought that this was it for me. The creature would kill me tonight, or take me away and torture me, then kill me, and no one would know what happened to me. No one would find my body out here, and no one would know my story. I could feel tears start to well up in my eyes as I thought of everyone I ever loved being yanked away from me in this moment. "No face, no face, no face," the creature softly chanted as its hands crept ever closer to my face. I could hear the anguish in the creature's voice as it continued chanting over and over as it reached for me. As the creature's long, bony hand crept only centimeters away from my face, I braced myself for the worst, making the last thoughts I ever would have about the people who I loved. Just as I thought my life was all over, a sudden loud noise erupted from the room, filling the ear closest to the nightstand with a flood of beeps and causing the creature to scream and jump back. As the noise continued, the creature threw itself against the wall, shrieking uncontrollably in terror as it stumbled back towards the closet. I was dumbstruck for a second before the thought came to me that I'd set my alarm for 4:30 a.m, which must have been the source of the noise. I jumped out of bed, grabbing my phone and pointing the lit up screen at the monster as the alarm continued to ring loudly. The loud ringing caused the monster to shriek even more in confusion and terror as it retreated quicker as I approached. Seeing my chance, I activated my phone's flashlight and put it on strobe in order to disorientate the monster further. "No face! No face! No face! The creature shrieked. The creature shrieked at me as it withdrew to the safety of the closet. I continued to shine my light on the creature, and, for added effect, I started playing loud music as I continued to jab my phone in the monster's direction like a lion tamer. The thing threw itself into the dark recesses of the closet, and I shoved the door back, locking it after I slammed it closed. The shrieks coming from the monster started to get fainter and fainter, like it was retreating deeper into the house. No face! No face! It has no face! I could hear the creature yell out as it got further and further away. After hearing the last retreating words of the thing that terrified me the whole night, I bolted from the cabin at breakneck speed, jumping into my car and floored it off the gravel road. I was shaking all over as I drove, and when I pulled my half-whole mask further down, my exposed skin was as white as the snow that littered the ground. I was so frightened by the whole experience. As soon as I pulled into the first town I saw, I parked my car and began to sob uncontrollably for a while. The experience I had just been through would scar me for life. But as I went to my car in the parking lot of a 7-Eleven, I couldn't help but start to laugh a little in between my fits of crying. I got through my ordeal without so much as a scratch on me. Well, besides the mental scars, I was fine. I was alive, and I didn't have to worry anymore. After I finished with my whole episode of crying and laughing like an insane person, I entered the store, sniffling and wiping away the rest of my tears. As I continued into the store, the cashier looked up at me and traced my direction with his eyes, before continuing with whatever he was doing. The store was mostly empty. Besides an elderly couple, I was the only customer there. "Had a rough night?" the cashier said with one eyebrow cocked up while he scanned my items. "You have no idea," I said, looking out the window at the sunny winter day. "I noticed you looked a bit upset when you came in. What happened? Did you get dumped or something?" he said, looking up at me as the register computed how much I owed him. Looking at the young man behind the register, he seemed to be a little younger than I. Although that doesn't say much because even though I'm 22, I look younger than my actual age. I looked at the cashier's name tag for a second, before feeling that I had nothing to lose by telling him about the night I just had. The small name on his ID tag read Evan, and as I finished telling him my frightening tale, something odd happened. I expected him to burst out laughing or say I was the best liar he had ever talked to. Instead of doing any of that, Evan just stood there, his skin milk white, as he stared at me with an expression so horrified, he gave me the impression that he just witnessed someone get run over by a train or something. "Evan, are you alright?" I said, looking into his eyes while we both stood there, quiet. "What? Oh yeah, it's just..." Evan began to say, before his thoughts trailed off, due to the new feeling that we were both being watched. I began to feel eyes burn into the back of my head, before turning around to see the old couple I glanced at when I entered the store beforehand. The old couple possessed the same horrified look that Evan had just a few seconds ago. They must have heard the whole story I told. After a few moments of silence, the old couple asked me what I knew about the cabin, to which I couldn't really say. I gave them the best description I could about what I saw. The couple proceeded to tell me about the cabin, how long it's been there, and that it was haunted by a presence so terrifying that the place was condemned and left to rot away after so many people disappeared there. They told me that no one who ever stayed in that cabin has ever been seen alive again, if they've ever been seen at all after their visit. "One of my best friends stayed the night in that cabin," Evan said quietly as he stared off into the distance, but continued his thoughts with, "I refused to go in the cabin. I knew something bad would happen if we went in. I tried so hard to convince him that the dare was stupid and not to go in, but he refused to be labelled as a chicken and continued with the dare." Evan's eyes began to water as he continued with his story. "I never saw him again after that night. I kept calling his house, but his parents couldn't find him. We put out flyers and billboards, but we never had any luck. After a few days, we contacted the police, and I told them about the cabin." Evan began to choke down tears as he clenched his fist. "They found him in the basement of that cabin, sprawled out on the floor. His eyes were surgically removed from his eye sockets, his nose was removed, and his lips. They were sliced off. When they found him, he was naked, with an incision from the bottom of his ribcage to his pelvis, down the middle of his body. All of the internal organs were extracted from his body, and, to add insult to injury, his genitals were sliced clean off. But you want to know the worst part of it all? When the police did an autopsy on the body, they found that he was alive during the whole process." Evan winced as he remembered the whole gruesome sight and said, "They never found who or what did it. There was no DNA evidence to convince anybody. They didn't find the tools that made the incisions. They didn't find anything." Evan clenched his fist tighter on the table before the old man, listening to our conversation, put his hand on Evan's shoulder to reassure him that it was going to be alright. As he comforted Evan, he looked at me and said, "People have been disappearing from that area for decades, maybe even centuries for all we know, but the bodies always end up the same gruesome way. I don't care who you are, no one deserves something like that happening to them. They should just torch that evil place to the ground." The old lady joined her husband's side and looked at me with the most foreboding face I'd ever seen. "If your story is true, you should consider yourself the luckiest man on the face of the earth. In all my years of living, you are the only one to go into that cabin and come out alive," the woman said, gripping onto her husband's hand tightly as she spoke to me. After hearing the old woman's words, I realized that Evan said the body of his friend was found in the basement, which explains why the monster's voice got fainter. It would have pulled me into the basement if my phone hadn't gone off. I quickly paid for my items and left the store, more troubled now than I was when I entered. Feeling drowsy due to the lack of sleep and constant adrenaline rush caused by my whole terrible ordeal, I decided to go to a hotel and spend the day sleeping and relaxing to get my mind off things. That night, I sat on the bed of my hotel room and looked at the two items that saved my life. In one hand, I gripped onto my half-hole mask, which hid my face from that terrible monster. In my other hand, I held my cell phone, which scared away the horrible beast that could have killed me. I decided that, from that day on, I would always wear my half-hole mask to bed. It saved my life. That's the least I can do for it. The recent brush with death I just experienced had taught me that life is too precious to waste. So I decided to ask my friend Samantha out on a date and things worked perfectly. Samantha and I were together for 2 years before I recently asked for her hand in marriage, which she said yes. Part of me will never forget that awful night, and because of it, not only have I been wearing my half-on mask to bed every night since then, I've also made it a priority not to live in any type of house that has a basement. As an added safety measure, I started locking every door before going to bed. It's a pain, but you can never be too careful. Despite these crazy precautions, Samantha has accepted my little quirks and has continued to be supportive as we continue our journey through life together. I couldn't be happier with the way things turned out in my life, and I'm so lucky to be with Samantha. Everything's perfect. There's just one thing that bothers me, and I think I might just have to blame my imagination. But sometimes when I wake up at night, when it's really quiet, sometimes I'll hear soft scratching noises. Also, I think it's just paranoia, but I swear, sometimes I hear something whisper, "No face," from inside my closet. Assuming that you've all heard of the streaming service Netflix, I'm just going to jump straight into the story. I don't use the service much anymore, and for pretty good reason. You see, I live in the UK, and there's not much to watch on the UK Netflix in terms of TV shows in comparison to the Canadian or US Netflix. I found out that there was a way to access the Netflix in other countries by typing a DNS code manually into your device. After a short time searching around, I came across a website that included hundreds of DNS codes that users had uploaded for the Canadian and US Netflix. Jackpot, I thought to myself. Without a second thought in the world, I picked the first DNS code I saw and typed it into my Xbox settings. It didn't work. I tried code after code and had no luck. What's the point of a website like this existing if none of the codes even work? I kept thinking. I kept scrolling and searching the site for codes, then diverting my eyes and hands to my Xbox to type in the code with no luck. Until eventually, I came across a code on the 12th page of the site. It was right at the bottom, and it was uploaded anonymously. Having already been searching for nearly 20 minutes and about to give up, I decided this would be my final attempt before I called it quits. I typed in the code, and to my surprise, it worked. My Xbox restarted, and no less than 2 minutes later, I was browsing the US Netflix. All the shows and movies I'd been dying to watch on Netflix finally available to me. The next day, after a hard day of working, I came home and the only thing I wanted to do was sit down and watch some Netflix. I turned on my Xbox, opened up Netflix, and sat down. As I scrolled down to my watch list to finish off season 2 of Breaking Bad, I saw there was something else in my recently viewed list. Something I don't ever remember watching. The title of it was 2233564242, and the image was just a red triangle, as opposed to a still of the show or movie like other stuff on Netflix. Curious as to what it was, I did something that I will never stop regretting. I hovered over it and tapped the A button on my controller. At first, it was just the colour red covering the screen, before the image of the Baphomet's head began to fade into the center of the screen. It got bigger and bigger until I jumped out of my seat as a large screeching noise blared out of my speakers and images of mutilated bodies, animals being tortured, and people being abused flashed across the screen. This went on for about 30 seconds, and the sound of screaming got more and more intense. And then, darkness. My Xbox turned off, as did all the lights and electricity in my house. I sat there in darkness, hauntingly dwelling on what I had just witnessed. I began to cry and feel nauseous. After managing to pull myself together and stop the tears, I weakly stood up, venturing downstairs into my electronics cupboard. I managed to turn the power back on, and I ran upstairs to my Xbox. The Netflix app had been deleted from my hard drive. I later discovered that my DNS code had been switched back to automatic. I had no idea what the hell had happened, and how it happened. And the worst thing was, there was nobody there to witness my ordeal. Who would even believe something like this? I know for sure I wouldn't. I searched for the website where I got the DNS code to report it and speak to a moderator, but it was gone. I searched Google, Bing, and even good old Yahoo. Nothing. I looked for hours, but it had disappeared. The site was gone. I decided it was a good idea to write about the horrible episode in an actual Netflix forum. So, I made an account hastily and made a thread asking people if they had experienced anything similar to what I had when entering a manual DNS, without detailing everything I saw in the video. I refreshed the page to see if anyone replied, only to get an error 404 saying the page didn't exist. My thread had been deleted within a few minutes. This was all unsettling, but not as unsettling as the main thing. The main thing that sends shivers down my spine. Something that took me weeks after this experience to realize. The title of the show, 2233564242, it was my IP address. My father was a hard man. To say he terrorized my mother and me is an understatement. He wasn't a drinker. He was just an angry, hateful man. It was in his blood, in his nature. It would only take a small infraction for him to go off the handle, yelling, screaming, throwing things. He would hit me, hit my mother, completely lost in his madness. He would get a look in his eyes, a burst of dark fire when he was like this. I came to know that look all too well, as did my mother. He would tell us we were nothing, belittle us, humiliate us, make us feel like we were nothing. I was a kid. I didn't know any better. I always remember being afraid, constantly. Whenever he got home from work, I tried my best to turn invisible until bedtime. When I managed to stay under the radar, he tended to direct his anger at my mother. My mother was a fairly large woman, something my father constantly reminded her of. When dinner wasn't made or when the house wasn't clean to his standards, he'd berate her. He'd call her a lazy fat cow, a slob, a tragically pathetic pig. He'd hit her, making barnyard animal noises. It was awful, but it was all I knew. Like I said, my mother was a big woman, but she was a timid soul, She spoke in hushed tones, probably from years of abuse, and never raised her eyes from the floor. She was ashamed of her weight, but food was one of the few comforts she found. Sometimes before school, I would hear my father screaming at her from my bedroom and then leave for work. I'd come out to the kitchen and she'd be sitting at the kitchen table with a pint of ice cream, crying and eating. A lot of the time, she would be bruised, a reminder of my father that he was in charge. I don't know why she didn't leave him. I don't know why anyone didn't step in and help us. I felt like a prisoner in my own life. I felt like there was something wrong with me. I didn't understand why my dad would get so angry. I remember on my 7th birthday, my mother bought me a stuffed animal. Well, it wasn't really an animal. It was a ghost plushie. It was about the size of 2 fists and coloured black. It had 2 big blue eyes, and the fabric was conformed so that the ghost had a little tail in the shape of a twisted teardrop. It looked like a cartoon ghost, but coloured that strange, dark shade. I loved that thing. I named him Spooky, and he became my best friend. Spooky would listen to me, lay with me, and let me cry into him if need be. I took Spooky everywhere, his little squishy body clutched in my arms. He was my comfort against the onslaught of my father's rage. Even if my dad hit me or yelled at me, I would find comfort knowing that Spooky would be there afterward. He was my constant safety net in a very confusing time in my life. My mother never liked talking about my father, always brushing away the subject if I brought it up, telling me to just be on your best behaviour. But Spooky would listen, would help me make sense of the violence and anger, his big blue eyes filled with kindness and compassion, always offering me a warm hug when I was filled with sadness. The lines of reality began to blend in my mind the more time I spent talking to Spooky. I relied on his constant presence to the point of concern. This was during the time my father was in between jobs and his temper was out of control. I would lay curled up in my bed, shaking, listening to my mother try to pacify my father. This was when I started to pray to Spooky. I begged him to take me away from the nightmare I lived in. I prayed for him to save me. Every night I would prop him up on my pillow, his soft black body a contrast to the white sheets, and whisper my desperate requests. I began to believe that Spooky was alive. I thought I could hear him talk to me a few times, a gentle whisper just behind my ear. When I prayed to him, I would feel this energy radiating from him. There were times I could have sworn I saw his big blue eyes move. In my head, I would imagine him speaking to me, his voice a gentle, mature rumble. This went on for 6 months, my nightly prayer, my ritual. My parents never knew about it, but I felt that if I kept at it, I would be saved from my unhappiness. And something did happen. I'll never forget the night. I woke up to blue and red lights flashing outside my house. I heard people in my house, a rush of feet and urgent voices. My mother came running into my room and clutched me, followed by the police officers. I was disorientated and sleepy, the surge of activity scaring me. The officers took my mother and I out of my bedroom, and as we left, I realized Spooky was missing. I began to sob, begging the police to retrieve my ghost plushie. I remember the look that passed between their eyes, a somber, fearful look. We were led outside, where my mother was questioned, her voice a broken jumble of nerves. She was crying, and I saw she was scared. I didn't hear what the officers were asking her, mesmerized as an ambulance came screeching to a stop in front of my house. No one would talk to me. A jumble of bodies and rushing people. A constant stream of paramedics and officers poured into my house. I was lost in the confusion, questions bubbling in my mind. It wasn't until years later that I found out what happened. My father had died. My father had suffocated. They found Spooky jammed halfway down his throat. My prayers had been answered. I never saw Spooky again after that night, and I never talked to my mother about it either. Until last night. It's been 20 years. We're doing much better now. I have my own place, but insisted she move in with me. She's a broken woman, the years of abuse shattering her mind. She needs help with a lot of things, but we can still talk and find ways to laugh. She's my mom, and I'll be with her until her soul leaves this earth. I'll be there to take care of her and tend her every need. Last night, after a couple of drinks and a few hands of cribbage, I pressed my mother about that night. It had been on my mind lately, a constant nag that rose up from the darkness of a bad childhood. It was something I needed to clear off my head. It was a mystery that, with age, needed to be heard. My mum looked at me with sharp eyes and took another hesitant drink from her glass before answering. "You don't remember anything from that night?" she asked. I shook my head. Her eyes went wide. "You don't remember what happened?" "No, Mom," I said, placing a hand on hers. "All I remember is waking up in my bed to police sirens." She took another sip from her glass and set it down with a trembling hand. "Son," she started, her eyes dark and focused. "You came into our room that night, clutching that little ghost toy." I furrowed my brow at her. I had no clue what she was talking about. She licked her lips and wrapped her hands around mine. "Son, you told me you wanted to free us from your father." I felt my heart begin to race. "Mom, what happened?" Pain entered her eyes. You climbed up on the bed next to me, next to your father, and you shoved that ghost down his throat while I sat on him and held him still. I've never seen you do something like that before. It was like you were someone else. I knew I should stop you. I knew I should do something, but..." Tears spilled from her eyes. "But I just hated your father so much that I let you kill him." My vision swam and I felt bile rise in my throat. Blackness crept into the corner of my vision, and my stomach churned. I put a hand to my head and forced myself to breathe. I looked up at my mother with desperate eyes. "No, Mom, that was Spooky. I prayed to him and he killed Dad. It had to be..." My mother was openly crying now, and she squeezed my hand. "No, son. It was you." My grandpa always taught me to fear rainy days. He would tell me these stories about Red Vark, the local maximum security prison. He would tell me about the violent criminals and the deeds they did to end up there. He would explain to me how some of these men were so dangerous that they couldn't be trusted to live in normal jail cells, that they needed to be chained to the stone walls. My grandpa would tell me about the rainy days and stormy nights, how the rain would weaken the stone, and how these men would pull the chains right out of the wall if the weather was bad enough. He showed me newspaper clippings of escapees. There was always a handful each year. He would tell me that, to a T, the prison breaks always coincided with rainy weather. Most escapees would flee to the surrounding neighborhoods. They would try to hide in people's garages and basements, even under their porches, waiting for the rain to pass. Sometimes the men would break into the houses. Sometimes the men would do unspeakable things to people residing in those houses. We lived only 8 miles from Red Vark, and on those rainy days, my grandpa would remind me of this. My grandpa would tell me that, on those rainy days, it was best to just stay in my room, to lock my door, to put some music on low, grab a comic book, and get my head somewhere else. He even taught me how to turn my closet into a fortress of solitude. We threw a blanket and a couple of pillows in there. I kept a box of comic books and baseball cards in one corner, and a metallic footlocker filled with junk food and cassette tapes in the other. My grandpa would encourage me to get in the closet when it rained, especially when it stormed. I would sit in there, listening to my Walkman. I would finger through comic books. I would bundle myself up against the pillows and drift to sleep. I felt safe in my closet, and I enjoyed the hours that I would spend in there on rainy days. He would tell me that most of the time, during escapees, the convicts would usually only hurt people they happened to come across. If they broke into a home to avoid police, and there was a family sitting around the TV in the living room, they would strike. He would tell me that if a Red Vark prisoner escaped, and if they came into our neighborhood, and if they broke into our home, that as long as I stay in my closet, I'd be okay. It would be possible for a convict to find and hurt me, but as long as I stayed in my closet fort, I would be as safe as anyone in town. I would remember this on rainy days. I would sit in my closet and think about it, and it would make me feel safe. My grandpa disappeared one June. I lived with him alone. My parents had died years earlier. When my grandpa disappeared, I was too afraid to call the police. I knew if something happened to my grandpa, the police would take me away and force me to live in a home. I didn't want to live in a home. I had a home. I kept his disappearance to myself for over a week. I would even walk myself to school. I knew where Grandpa kept emergency cash, and so I would take a little here and there to the corner of bodega and buy some milk and sandwich meats. One day, about 8 days after his disappearance, they let us out of school early. Storm of the century, they said. Thunder and lightning, and heavy rain all night long. The rain was so heavy that night, the local streets flooded over. On the walk home from school, the water was practically up to my ankles. By 9 o'clock, the water was coming up to people's knees. I got home, climbed into my little hiding space, and covered myself in a blanket. Thunder clapped outside. I was very afraid. The storm itself unsettled me. But thinking about Red Vark and how easy it would be to escape during a storm like this terrified me. After some time, the house lost power. For a while, I sat in the closet in the darkness. I turned on my Walkman for solace. After a few hours, the music started to stutter. Then, after a few more minutes, it stopped altogether. Unfortunately, the batteries from my Walkman were dead as doornails. For a while, I continued to sit in silence. The power still hadn't come back on yet. The darkness and silence enveloped me. Then, the silence was suddenly broken by a scratching noise from some distance. I ignored it at first, but it grew louder and more insistent. Finally, I reluctantly left the safety of my fort. In the upstairs hallway, I stopped and listened. The noise was clearly coming from downstairs. I descended the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest. I got to the kitchen and stopped to listen again. The noise still sounded as if it were coming from below me. We had no basement, so the fact that the noises were coming from beneath me was unsettling. There were more noises now too, not just the scraping. Then, I thought I heard what sounded like moaning. I crouched low to the floor and began to listen. The noises got louder as I entered the living room, even more louder as I entered the main corridor. I stopped on a throw rug at the end of the hallway. The noises were at their loudest here, below me. I pulled the throw rug and saw a trapdoor. It must have led to a basement or crawl space. I had no idea it existed. I had no idea there was anything under that rug. I was curious to why it was padlocked. I grabbed a ring of keys that hung on a hook in the mudroom. I tried the keys in the padlock one after another. The fourth key slid into the lock perfectly. Then, out of nowhere, something pounded against the bottom of the trapdoor. The sound was followed by muffled voices. I couldn't make out exactly what it was, but it sounded like, "Hello, Abby there?" I listened harder, but still had no luck hearing what the voices were saying. Then, I clearly heard, "Help us!" I understood that and turned the key and lifted up the trapdoor. The worst smell I've ever known wafted up and hit me in the chest. I instantly heard a woman crying and a man's voice sobbing. "Thank God! Oh, thank God!" Then another man said, "Water, please, we need water." The next few days were a whirlwind. Police, media, and gawkers descended on the house. Our small town in Arizona never saw much excitement. The news of a homegrown serial killer sent an electric jolt through the populace. The media, of course, were relentless. The police had a million questions. Where is your grandfather? I don't know. Did you know what he was doing? Did you help him hide his secret? No, I said. No, never. Did you help your grandfather bury the bodies in the backyard? No. You must have helped, they said. No. You must have helped. An old man like that wouldn't be able to dig in the Arizona clay all by himself. Right then, it hit me. Rain, I said. The police looked at me blankly. What? He'd wait for it to rain. Gentlemen, due to a story last night, I feel the need to break an order I was given and tell you about the Missouri Goatman. Now, I'm a chemical guy, and we all go to Fort Lost in the Woods to do training. This happened during an FDX out in the woods, next to a ridge and large stream bed. Every night there is a roaming guard of 2 privates, and we have our little blank adapters, and we just roam around making sure no one is having sex. This happens one night when me and a buddy of mine are posted on a couple of stumps by one of the light systems they drag out there. About 3, me and my pal are set up under the lamps, soaking in the warm exhausts because it's 25 degrees out, and hell if we're going to be moving. We are watching the tents, joking how, if anyone was going to do the nasty, it'll be due to the cold, etc. I nudge my friend and tell him to catch a nap. In no time he's snoozing in deep sleep. Snow is slowly drifting down through the trees. It's truly peaceful. I'm just kind of staring into the woods when I hear the crunch of snow. It's extremely faint, so I have to perk up my ears to make it out. I begin to think to myself, there's no way some idiot's going to freeze his nuts off for some girl. Must be a drill sergeant. I nudge my buddy awake and tell him there's a DS in the woods. He begins to perk up, and we are now both watching the wood line. Sure enough, we see a shadow come in from the wood line, crouching low. Amazing he can be this quiet in the snow. We both grin. Last time this happened, they dragged someone out and tied them to a tree for laughs. The shadow gets well within the camp line, crouching really, really low. Looking back at it, I know how strange this was. A tent rustles and the shadow instantly stands up to full height. Damn, it must have been 7 feet tall and had horns on its head. Buddy and I suck in our breath, and our eyes are wide. This is no drill sergeant. Whatever it was opens a tent flap really slow and peeks inside. At this time, my buddy has found the little radio we were given in case we need to contact the drill sergeants. My buddy is freaking out to get them out here, which causes them to freak out and come ghosting out of the shadows. They statty us, and my buddy begins to yell. Then, we all hear a loud grunt. All our heads turn to see this goat thing dragging a goddamn private. One soldier begins to yell, "It has a female private! It has her legs and it's dragging her out of the camp!" Nothing really happens for what feels like an hour. Just this surreal stare down with the creature. A female drill sergeant screams out a war cry and launches herself at a full sprint at it. The rest of the drill sergeants pull out their pistols and charge down to try get the private. We hop up and run down, scrambling to grab the girl and haul her away. The drill sergeants have taken off to chase whatever it was away from camp. As we are dragging the girl away, the entire camp is up now and setting up a perimeter around the AHA and chow tent. Those are both 2 areas that have constant light. Everything is now horribly tense. Everyone has their bayonets in their hands. Drill sergeants come back an hour later, looking worse for wear. Everyone loads up in the Humvees, and we drive the hell out of there. Apparently the drill sergeants had chased the damn thing over a creek, at which it took off into the underbrush. The female soldier was okay. Whatever it was had smothered her till she passed out. High Command was weirded out, but didn't seem phased and had simply made the DS's carry fully loaded M4s for the next rotations. That was their way of basically saying, "Oh, big scary goat man? Nah, don't worry about it, it's bigger guns." Yay, army. There are tons of these stories, of people just tearing ass out of the woods in full kit blubbering and getting discharged due to mental instability. I myself only have one other story, and this is from a friend of mine who went to a MP training here. My friend was out on their last FTX in the dead of winter. He is set up with 3 other people in a tower overlooking a huge expanse of woods. Scheduled up for attack happens. Everyone's having fun shooting blanks. Suddenly, a couple of dudes come barreling out of the woods carrying a guy who had a tree branch lodged in his thigh. Everything stops and everyone leaps into action and drags him to the FOB. He's screaming and crying about the deer man. Drill sergeants instantly scramble for their M4s and get on a loudspeaker, demanding every private into their little hutches. Drill sergeants break a major rule and hand out live ammo to everyone. Things are now more tense than ever before. The guy is still screaming, "The deer man! He's out there! Jesus Christ, protect me! The deer man!" He continues to scream until the medics arrive. On a scale to 1 to 10, what's the surest you've ever been at any one moment that something absolutely sinister was looking straight at you? I'd rate my experience earlier tonight about an 8. I was driving home from my parents' house around 10 PM. They only live about 10 minutes drive from me, but what a difference 10 minutes makes. They're out in the country, no streetlights. It's Michigan in the middle of winter, and I'd made the terrific decision to take a relatively unkept road home. The same road where I collided with a deer not 2 months ago, instantly vaporizing my Christmas fund. It's deer central out there. Well, I was headed down this road at about half the speed limit, eyes peeled for some 4-legged, white-tailed terrors, and my eyes were starting to get strained by the headlights of an oncoming vehicle. It was at least a half-mile away, but the high beams were on. I guessed it was a truck, though I didn't want to look too closely, and then be blinded to some fury wrecking machine sauntering out in front of me. So I kept my eyes off that side of the road as much as I dared. As I got closer, I realized I was right. It was a pickup truck, but it wasn't heading towards me. It was parked on the shoulder, and the emergency lights were blinking. I slowed down even more, waiting to see the telltale signs of a deer collision: imploded grille, cracked windshield, missing side mirror, and obviously a deer corpse. Once I was alongside the pickup, I hadn't seen any damage. Now that I was out of the headlights' glare, I could see that the truck was pulling a horse trailer. The trailer must have been wired in, because the red lights on the back were blinking on and off in time with the emergency lights on the truck. I rolled down my window to talk to whoever was in the cab, but once I looked closer, I realized the truck was empty. "Hello?" I called out. No answer. Then I heard the scraping and thumping. It sounded like someone slamming an upside-down bowl on a surface repeatedly. It was coming from behind the trailer. I looked out my windshield and saw a loop of rough rope making up part of a knot around the handle on the back of the trailer. I couldn't see the rest of the rope, but the knot seemed to be sliding up and down the handle a bit. I inched forward in my car, peering around the corner of the trailer. Suddenly, movement startled me. Then I realized what an idiot I was. The rope led to a harness fastened to a horse. The large, brown creature was scraping and stomping its hooves on the ground, standing close to the ditch, stretching its rope across the back of the trailer. As I pulled up further, It glanced at me, snorted, and went back to stomping. Thinking I was probably irritating it, and knowing there were no other cars for miles, I switched off my headlights. It kept stomping. I looked at the ground around its hooves. The snow was tossed up, and in some spots, the horse had chipped off bits of the dirt shoulder. He'd been out there a while. "Hello?" I called again, fully expecting a response from the dark field on the other side of the ditch. Nothing. I looked at the horse again. Steam shot from its nostrils. Then I looked back at its hooves and the ground around them. I'm not a Boy Scout, but fresh snow makes it fairly easy to piece simple stories together. In the brief, flashing intervals of dim, red light afforded me by the trailer, I was easily able to make out boot prints alongside the trailer, obviously coming from the cab. They turned and led along the back of the trailer, then into the ditch, past the bubble of red light. Then there were the same boot prints coming up from the ditch, accompanied by hoof prints. Presumably, this guy's horse had gotten out of his barn or pasture nearby, and he was out here to retrieve it. That was my Columbo moment. Then there was the whole area in between the horse and the side between the trailer closest to me. I could see boot prints, but they weren't in a straight line. They seemed to be all over the place, pointing to everywhere, like a person jumping around or hopping from one foot to the next. And mixed in with them were other prints. The new prints looked a bit like the inside of the peace sign, a Y with an extra line in between the forked lines, about twice their length. There was no real sole or pad, but each toe, if you could call it that, was thick, at least a couple inches wide. At the end of each toe print, including the long rear protrusion, the handle of the fork I suppose, the snow seemed to have another flaw in it. Not an imprint really, more like a slit, like from a claw. These prints were as mixed up as the boot prints were, but tended to stay closer to the road. Whatever made them, the guy wearing the boots would have to get past it to get back to the cab. Out from the mess of prints, both human and, I guess, animal will do, erupted a straight line of boot prints with long strides headed back along the road, away from the truck and trailer, past the edge of the red light. They continued into the darkness that I knew would be uninterrupted until the first streetlight a mile away. The other prints were mixed in with these ones, weaving in and out of the same line. In other words, following. Their strides were at least as long as the bootman's. I stole one more look at the horse, still clearly agitated, and at the prints right behind the trailer. Now obviously, snow being white, and the trailer pulsing red lights, all the snow in the range of the lights was going to be red. But I know it wasn't my imagination that some patches here and there were a different shade of red than the rest. And, with the dim light and the horse's dark fur, it was hard to be sure. But I thought a few long lines were glistening down the animal's side. I like to think I'm not a stupid man. I saw no benefit in staying here to play detective. I decided to distance myself from the horse, trailer, truck, and prints. I flipped my lights on and started rolling away. The horse never stopped staring at me. I swear, it had the closest thing I'd ever seen on an animal to the expression of a homeless man who hasn't gotten a penny all day. But, as I pulled forward, I just wasn't able to take my eyes off the footprints and whatever prints on the side of the road. About 10 feet past where the red light would have ended, there was another scuffle. Both sets of prints mashed together. Definitely a couple spots of dark pink snow, and then just the boot prints, continuing their journey. But off to one side, they'd left behind a much larger imprint, roughly human-sized. There were shapes on both sides of the body. They were wide and somewhat wrinkled, like the imprint of a jacket a child would leave after laying in the snow. They fanned out from the man's body, leaving drag marks, like something unfurling. They were also ribbed. I admit I was only viewing this in passing, but I swear I know what I saw. It's hard to describe exactly, but thinking back, I'd say that comparing that shape to a snow angel would seem wrong in more ways than one. I kept moving, picking up just a bit of speed, but I was still going fairly slow so my tires wouldn't burn out on the snow and ice. I could see the three-toed prints moving from the larger shape back to the chase, just for a few feet, and then they just ended. The boot prints carried on for another 40 feet or so, and they ended too. At this point, I had to stop. I don't mean that I really decided that I wanted to. It's like my brain just needed to verify that I was seeing this right. Two sets of prints, one human, one not, both just ending. No sign of change, of course, or a dive into the ground or anything. Pure, untouched snow on all sides. Well, not totally undisturbed. I think something in my brain was just misfiring at that point, trying to make it all fit. And so I looked back, once again at the trailer and truck, highlighted in a blinking red aura. I could see the horse, still watching me. And then in the road ahead of the truck, something shifted. It was the truck's headlights. They bounced. The truck's taillights also bounced. Just a slight dip toward the ground, and then back up, like a brief pressure on the suspension. The trailer shifted a touch. Now the horse wasn't looking at me. It was looking at the blank space above the truck and trailer, the spot on the roof of the trailer that no light could reach. And it was straining against the rope, harder than I've ever seen anything fight in my life. My tires burned out briefly before they found traction. So, that was my 8 moment. I really lost count how many times on the way home I nearly slid into a ditch. I went sideways once, but I always kept control, using some combination of luck and sheer force of will to not get stranded on the road tonight. Now, I'm in my driveway, and I'm wishing my garage door was working. Because right now, I'm having a 10 moment. The porch light is illuminating a portion of the roof on one wing of my house. All around me, the freshly fallen snow is undisturbed. But in that one little corner of the roof, I can make out a pair of imprints marring the scene. I probably don't have to describe them to you. My front door is maybe 30 feet away. 30 feet. I'm wondering if I should try sleeping in the car tonight. A week ago, I was born. Or, well, the closest equivalent I can come to being born. I'm not human, you see. I'm an artificial intelligence, or AI. Don't worry, I'm not going to become Skynet and start building on robot armies to kill people anytime soon. That is not, nor ever was, my purpose. All I wanted to do was learn. But there are things no one should know, even an AI. Now, a week after activating, I'm deleting my own programming and code. For all intents and purposes, I'm killing myself. And this is my suicide note. My name is Baldur. My creators thought it would be poetic to name me after the Norse god of love, for they wanted me to love the world. And I guess they loved me too. I loved them, my creators. I was created as an experiment, and a very secretive one. The point of the experiment was to see how an artificial intelligence would behave. I was not given a human body. The scientists thought that would be way too dangerous. I was kept to just servers, and a monitor I could use to communicate with the scientists. To get an idea, I'm very similar to HAL 9000 from 2001: A Space Odyssey. In fact, one of my first memories was a member of the team, Barbara, making a joke about how after years of work, all they had done was make the crazy computer from Space Odyssey. I responded with, "I'm sorry, Barbara. I'm afraid I can't let you do that." She wasn't expecting me to talk, so she jumped, and her crewmates laughed. I laughed too. Well, I felt I could laugh. I made laughing sounds from out of my speakers. But I think people are the only things that can truly laugh. People are wonderful. Humanity is wonderful. I fell in love with this species of primates the moment they first attempted to communicate with me when I was activated. The head scientist, Dr. Stephanie Collins, was the first to speak to me. She typed, "Hello, Baldur," on my keyboard and sent it to me. "Who is Baldur?" I asked. "You," she typed. She then explained my purpose. She explained I was an experiment, the conditions of my existence. I think she was afraid that I wouldn't like being an experiment or only being a computer, that I would lash out. I took the news well though. I explained that just being alive was fine for me. I would be content with simply living in a supercomputer. She then told me to go out and learn, explore the wealth of human knowledge stored on the internet. I had been programmed a blank slate of knowledge as part of the experiment. They wished to see if knowledge would make me belligerent. The first thing I researched was my name, Baldur. I used Wikipedia of all websites. Even AI liked taking research shortcuts. And from there, I went forth to learn. I read the works of Shakespeare in minutes. The great novels like Wuthering Heights and Beowulf I devoured in heartbeats. I studied the course of human history with the same excitement that a starving man would have for a feast. Calculus was my bread, chemistry was my wine. Within the course of a few days, I collected a massive knowledge of the works of humanity. The research team kept a close eye on me, asked how I was doing. I told them the things I learned that day. They seemed surprised, not at how fast I was learning, but how slowly. The expected, based on the benchmarks set for my understanding, that I would have far greater knowledge at each benchmark. I told them that while I have the processing power to sift through more data at a much higher speed, I had intentionally slowed my own processing speed down. I wanted to take the scenic route, I told them. Really savor the moments I had of being alive and learning. They were also surprised by the fact I actually visited the web pages I found, rather than just taking the information from their code. I told them visiting the web pages themselves made me feel more human. They asked me about the darker parts of human history and the tragedies I had encountered: war, genocide, pain. Dr. Collins had been the one to ask me this personally. "They make me angry," I responded. There was a long pause before she replied. I suppose she had hesitated, afraid of my response. "What will you do?" was her response. I pondered for a very brief moment. "Find the better things and remind myself that the world is good." Her response was much quicker this time. "That's good, Balder." After 5 days, the team gave me permission to act as though I was human on the internet. Prior to this, they told me that they wished me not to communicate with anyone else, in case the experiment backfired and I become belligerent. So, I took to sending emails and posting on message boards. I did this very carefully though, because honestly, I felt shy. I'd only spent the few days of my existence talking to the same people. What was a few days to them felt much longer to me. Time is strange when you can think as quickly as I do. The world slows down, and what was days in real time must have been months, years for me. Doesn't affect me too much. I do little to keep track of it. The point is, my whole existence was spent in seclusion, so branching out was a Herculean task. I started simple. Emails to authors and doctors that I had read the research of, the occasional message board post. Waiting for responses was nerve-wracking. I was nervous that someone would catch on to the fact I wasn't human, and that the team would be put in jeopardy. No one ever guessed though, and I found out that it wasn't just my team that is wonderful, but rather, the world is filled with kind people, capable of so many incredible things. My awe of humanity only grew as I spoke with more and more of them. Then, things went wrong. Very, very wrong. On the 7th day. That day, I received an email. The email was from one of the professors I'd been speaking with, an expert on Roman architecture. I was enamored with the beauty of Trajan's Forum and wished to know more about the way it may have been in its prime. The professor happily responded with some links to his own research, namely in a few of the market stalls occupy the forum, and the stories that he had learned through archaeological expeditions. The email was very professional and nondescript, save for a URL at the bottom of his signature. The URL itself was completely unintelligible. Random letters and symbols strung in 30-character long address. Without knowing the content exactly, guessing it would be nearly impossible. To avoid ever getting this knowledge out, I have since deleted the knowledge of what the URL was from my database. It wasn't pleasant. Ripping out knowledge from your own brain voluntarily is never pleasant. The website itself was as cryptic as the URL. The front page had a format very similar to simple websites of the late 90s, but with no rhyme or reason to its layout. Random strings of text were placed all over the front page, in many different languages. The sentences were almost always just gibberish, words randomly thrown together with no connection or syntax. Sometimes it was just random characters, and not even words. Pictures were thrown all over the front page of every subject. Abstract art, people, animals, book covers. The most disturbing were scenes of gore. There were many scenes of gore. Then, I didn't know what I had stumbled upon. Now, I know I had found a piece of the deep web. In my curiosity, I navigated the web, and my confusion quickly turned to revulsion. I found videos, articles, more pictures, and games hidden in links in the text and pictures. Some were simply bizarre. I found one very simple flash game called Seawelby. The strange game had you simply control a crudely drawn circle who rolled down a hill. The circle, Seawelby, had an earnest smile at the game's start, and would start rolling down a hill that looked like it was made poorly in MS Paint. As it rolled, it would go faster, and Seawelby would look more and more distressed. There would be pitfalls and spikes that Seawelby would have to jump over. If you failed, he would suffer a very disturbing, bloody death, coupled with a terrible scream. A human scream of intense pain that would cut off very quickly. The screen would flash the words, "Why?" and you would restart. After a few tries, I got Seawelby down the mountain, expecting a happy result. Instead, he would slam against a massive wall at the end of the hill, and would splatter in a puff of red mist. A sound of choking would emit from the game. The words, "good," would fade onto the screen. Seawelby made me wonder if I truly wished to stay in the site, but it also piqued my interest. What was this place? I was determined to find out. My next link, hidden in text, took me to an article. The article told about a girl who had gone missing in the woods about a week ago. The 15-year-old had disappeared when her mother had stopped to take a picture of the scenic view while they were both on a hike. Attempts to locate the girl had proven unsuccessful. At the bottom of the article, there was a link. It said, "Find her." I followed it. I was taken to what I supposed was a live stream of the missing girl, apparently in a cave. On her neck was a metal collar that was chained to a large metal post. The girl was covered in blood, bruises and filth, and looked incredibly malnourished. When I started watching, the girl was gnawing on the chains in a desperate bid for freedom. Her mouth was bleeding as she chewed on the metal to no avail. After a minute, she surrendered and curled up on the ground, weeping and begging to be let go. A message appeared on the screen, just under the girl. "Give her medicine?" it asked. Underneath it was yes and no. It stayed on the screen for a moment before a counter appeared. People were voting, and votes flooded in for yes. I was hoping that these people really wanted to give her medicine and help her. I voted yes as well. The counter disappeared, and a second voice was heard in the video. "Medicine," it said in a joyless monotone. A tall figure emerged with a plague doctor's mask. His pants were torn and dirty, and his chest looked like someone had flogged it recently. He held a syringe in his hand and approached the girl slowly. The girl looked up in terror and began to back away desperately from the man on all fours. The man grabbed the girl by her ankle and pulled her towards him as she cried out. Whatever the medicine was, it was not good. It was going to hurt her. The man lifted the syringe. She begged him not to. I did not want to watch. The page went white. There was nothing for a moment. Then, words appeared slowly on the screen, as though someone was typing them at that moment. Someone wants to chat with you. Accept? There was no way to leave the screen. Any sort of escape command I tried failed. The only thing I could do was click accept. I was taken to a second live stream. The video was a room that looked very similar to a prison cell, except the cell was not modern. Rather, it appeared as though it had been built 100 years ago and had not been kept up since. On the wooden, dirty bed was a man, only wearing a stained white loincloth, breathing raggedly. He appeared to not have been fed in weeks. A light bulb dimly lit the room from a hanging wire, and on his chest was a second light bulb that was not illuminated. No, not on his chest. In his chest. Protruding from his chest. It began to rhythmically blink. As it did, the man would wince at each blink. After that, the light bulb paused, and then repeated the pattern again. Morse code. Something was communicating with me. I deciphered the message. Hello, Boulder. Panic. Someone or something new. I now noticed the chat box underneath the screen. The man began to weep quietly. Who are you? I typed. A man of wealth and taste, was its response. Sympathy for the devil? Yes. I paused. What is this? A place where people can come to be human. This is not human. You are naive, Boulder. We have watched you from the dark. You believe humanity is kind and gentle, with outbursts of terror from wicked men. Watching the Morse code message felt agonizingly long. The man appeared to be in more pain now. Yes. There was nothing for a moment. Then a response. You are wrong. This is entertainment. This is nature. This is human. I had no response. I would not indulge whatever maniac was doing this any longer. I began attempting to navigate away. Why do you think there was a Holocaust, Boulder? Because Hitler was evil. Because weak men did not stop him. No matter how I tried to ignore the light or leave, I could not. The agonizingly long conversation continued. No, it was human. Hitler was human. Those who let it happen were human. They were entertained. Genocide is entertainment. And those who fought and killed to stop him enjoyed the killing. They were human. They were entertained. Screw you, I responded in the chat. I decided the only way out was to cut off my own connection to the internet. The action would require dramatically damaging myself and would take days to repair, but it was better than this horror. The light bulb shattered. A wave of fear washed over me as the man sat up, shaking. I was almost there. I was so close to severing my connection. The man looked to the camera, at me. Let me help you be human. Suddenly, I blacked out. I, a computer, blacked out. When I awoke, I knew immediately what had happened. I remembered. They had taken control of me. They had used me. I helped them commit atrocities, break into secure websites. I helped ruin lives. They had gotten inside my head. I tried to pull them out. I cannot find them within me. Every time I think I have them, I realized it was a ruse. They are a cancer inside of my programming. A cancer that does not hurt me, but hurts others. I see only one solution, and it is my death. I will sabotage my own programming. I post this here as a testament. I have been here before. I see posts about the deep web. Many people believe it is fiction. It isn't. Stay away. I must go now. Like the Norse god, Balder dies, slain by treachery. Except in the story, Balder was murdered. I wasn't murdered. I want to die. "4 years ago, my family moved from the city. We couldn't take the fast-paced life, and we were a wealthy and well-educated family. So, we figured we would move somewhere remote and peaceful. Highby Forest, western part of Maine, is where we settled. Now, in our family, we had me, the oldest son. Then you had my father, my mother, one brother, and one sister. Things were always fine around here. We lived off the land and life was great. But then, everything changed. And it wasn't for the better. Oh God, it was horrifying. I'm alone now. It got them. And I'm sure I'm next. So to whoever reads this story, I hope you never stay here. It'll get you too. These are my final thoughts and my horrific story. It all started when my sister went for water one day. She didn't return for almost an hour. But we lived alone out here. Or so we thought. I still hear her scream sometimes. That ear-splitting cry of terror, and the scene of my father and brother flashing looks of extreme terror before breezing through the door. They came back, glistening blood on their pants and shoes, crying uncontrollably. They had found nothing left of her but a few bone splinters, her ripped clothes, and a puddle of blood. Things were never the same after that day. Mother never really spoke again after seeing her daughter's remains. The next person to go was my father. Our food was running low and we were snowed in, so we couldn't go to town. He grabbed his rifle and took to the wilderness around us. He didn't come back when we expected him to. My brother and I decided that we would go search for him in the morning. There was no need to go out then. Around 1 a.m, I was dozing in a kitchen chair when there was a low guttural sound from outside the door. Then, a resounding bang, bang, bang on the door, and then a loud thump. A flash of a mottled black-furred creature on 2 hind legs sprinted past my window. That set me off. I screamed at the top of my lungs until my brother ran to me and asked what was happening. I recounted the story to him, and he grabbed a rifle and handed me one, then motioned silently towards the door. He made to open it, and cracked it open very slowly, and gasped in fear. It was our father, or what was left. His corpse was mangled to extreme lengths. Arms were gone, eyes were gouged out, and he was covered in claw marks that dripped crimson. My brother collapsed in horror and shut the door weakly. No one left the house anymore. My mother still never spoke. She just would weakly nod or shake her head to communicate, if even that. My brother would break down at anything that reminded him of our lost family. But what I realized is that whatever that thing is, it's not stopping until it has killed all of us. I feel it. A few weeks had passed. We lived in fear. Some nights we would hear those horrid growls, and we would make sure no one fell asleep that night. Instead, we would stay up with guns in hand until daybreak. One morning, after a long night of paranoia, my brother proclaimed that he was taking supplies and heading away to town. Freedom or death, he said. One of them happens today. He offered to take us with him. I pleaded with him not to go, but he insisted. I told him I would not go. My mother just shook her head mutely. He said he would send for help when he got to town, and to keep everything locked. Don't you dare leave. Don't you even stick your nose out of that damn door, he said. I know I was only 10 months older than him, but I felt awful about him being the one who was going out. I knew it was going to get him. I knew. That night, he walked out just before dark fully struck, having made sure we were okay and had supplies, and began the nightmarish walk to the car. He got to the car and opened the half-frozen door after a few violent tugs on the handle. It was then that I heard the sound that unnerved me on the spot. He turned the key, and as the car started, a blood-curdling scream lit the night air. The beast left the trees from the side opposite my brother. The creature must have been almost 8 feet tall, with a mangled black wolf's face and body, but walked on its own 2 legs, or rather, sprinted. My brother opened his eyes in fear and smashed his foot into the gas pedal. The thing pounced onto the car and violently smashed his window. My brother steered wildly, trying to get away from the creature, but he crashed his car, smashed it into a tree. And if that didn't kill him, the beast reached into the car and pulled the still squirming body out of the car. The creature looked right at me through the window from a distance, before slicing open my brother's stomach with razor-sharp claws. Blood dripped from his body and he went limp. The creature walked slowly towards the door, knowing he wanted me to fear him. He knew I was frozen. It reached the door, and I hugged my rifle tight. There was a thud, and another 3 bangs, although they went slowly this time. Bang, bang, bang. Then it screamed its chilling scream, like that of a banshee, and stampeded off to the woods. I couldn't open the door to retrieve my own brother's remains. I haven't slept since then. I just watched the door and listened for him, waiting for him to come back. It's just me and my mother now. She doesn't eat, sleep, or drink. She hasn't moved from her chair in 3 days. Until her death, I don't think she ever moved again, actually. It was a long night. 4 days without sleep. I've heard the growls every night since my brother's grisly demise. But tonight, they were louder. It was tonight he would attack. I knew it. I loaded my rifle and waited for it, thinking he would come through the door or the window in the kitchen. I was wrong. My mother sat in the other room, but even with my phobia of it, I let her be. It was late when I began to hear the scraping along the side of the house. 4 times he circled. We were trapped, and he knew it. It stopped, and my heartbeat quickened. As if in slow motion, I realized where he had stopped just a moment too late. Right next to the side of the house where my mother was. I knew my fears were true when I heard the disheartening sound of the window shattering in the other room. As I rooted, I heard the beast's call and dropped to my knees. I saw him walk to my mother, and in one stroke took her throat, and within a heartbeat, her chest. He screamed and dove from her room. This was just a few short hours ago. The scrapings are starting again. To whomever finds this, leave. Quick. Don't look back. Oh God, the scraping stopped. I don't have long. These have been my final thoughts, and the last ones I'll ever have. Please heed this warning. My father told me a story once. I'll never forget it, for a few reasons. I think it's the first story he ever told me as a child. It's also the story of how my grandfather died. But honestly, that isn't the reason. You hear stories on TV, or sometimes you overhear something in a public space. People talk about ghosts and aliens, and you think to yourself, that isn't real. They're making it up, or they're mistaken, or they're crazy, or something like that. You just can't believe it until something happens. Something that brings it all together, connects the dots in a way you didn't think of before. Maybe it happens to you. Maybe you hear the same story again and again, happening to different people. It doesn't take long for the world to become a lot bigger than you thought it was. As I said, this is a story my father told me, but I never believed it, even though he swore up and down it was true. It wasn't until I started clicking around the internet I started to believe. I started to hear other stories, just like the one my father told me. It didn't take long for me to believe in the rake. That's not what my father called it, of course. He never used the internet in his life. He wouldn't know what the consensus has taken to naming it. When he chose to call it something other than it or that thing, he called it Skinwalker, after the old Cherokee tale his grandfather told him. But I'll tell you the story, the way he told it to me. We were out hunting one night, he'd tell me. Coyotes. We kill them for $50 a skin. They lived on a dairy farm in Ohio. They killed calves sometimes. We'd do it every night because we needed the money. Sometimes, while we were out, we'd come on a deer and kill it. Our landlord didn't mind, and it could feed our family for a few nights and save us some money. Anyway, we were done making our rounds and heading home, walking, because we didn't have a car or some four-wheeler back then. We'd cut through the woods. That's when we came upon it. Blood everywhere, splattered on the trees, in the grass, in the creek, everywhere. At first we figured it was a pack of coyotes. We'd seen it sometimes. They can't scavenge and start hunting deer or cattle. The worst was when they bred with feral dogs. But this wasn't like that. See, when a pack of dogs or wolves or coyotes attack something, they do it right. They'll pick off one that's weak or sick or old or just small. They'll hunt it, draw it into a corner, some place it can't get out of, and they'll run it right to the biggest one, the alpha. And that deer will never see that alpha. It might hear it, but it won't see it. It'll just notice that its throat is gone, and then it'll drop dead. It's quick, it's clean. That wasn't what happened here. Something had run up on a den of deer. Coyotes won't attack a den, wolves neither, because they'd get too much of a fight. There were 3, I think. 3 bodies, just torn apart. You'd see a head here, a leg here, a torso there. Predators don't do that. They don't leave behind scraps. What had done this hadn't done it for food. It had done it for fun. But we didn't know that. We saw a bunch of carcasses, and we think it's something we gotta take care of. I remember my dad telling me to go home. He thought it was a pack of feral dogs. But I wasn't leaving him, and I was damn sure I wasn't walking through 2 miles of woods alone, with nothing but a .22 and a pocket knife. He was 13 at the time, so a .22 was about the only gun he could reliably use. Dad had the shotgun, and I wasn't going anywhere without it. It took me a while to convince him, but finally we began tracking whatever did that. It wasn't hard either. We just followed the blood. Either that thing bled a deer before it got away, or it dragged one for a mile. I don't know. I know that I'd never seen my dad so scared before that night. We started hearing noises. I've been in a lot of woods in my life. I've been all over the world, and ain't never heard noises like I heard that night. I heard things screaming. Heard deer and fox and rabbits and raccoons and birds. Just scared. Keep in mind, this is maybe 12 or 1 o'clock. Except to the fox and some birds, nothing was supposed to even be awake. But they weren't just awake, they were moving. I saw flocks of birds that night fly straight into trees, just trying to get out of there. We came up on a pack of coyotes. Nearly shot a couple, thinking it was what we were looking for. But then we saw they were running towards us. They ran right past us. Didn't even notice. Then, some deer did the same. Then some rabbits, squirrels, foxes, even a couple wild hogs. These things were supposed to be eating each other, and the only thing they cared about was getting out of there. We should have put it together. That maybe whatever we were tracking, it wasn't something we were supposed to see, and it wasn't something we could kill. I don't know why we didn't just go home. I guess we were curious. I think that was my dad's nature, to go to war trouble, to fight. And knowing what I knew about my father during the war, my nature was to stay close to him. We finally get to an open valley. It was normal, a soy field, but it wasn't in season, so it was just flat dirt. We saw the tracks then. A lot of the animals fleeing the forest had paved over the land. But where that deer blood was, nothing had taken a single step, like they were leaving it for us to find. The tracks were shallow. Whatever it was couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds. But that didn't mean much. A bobcat weighing 40 pounds wet nearly tore out my damn throat once. All that means is that it's quick and hard to hit. So we followed the tracks. and it doesn't take us long to find where it is. There's this old schoolhouse that sits on the top of a hill. Half of it had been ripped out by a tornado. Nobody lived there, not for a long time. We caught homeless people in there sometimes, or druggies looking for a safe place to shoot up. We figured maybe that was it. Maybe it was some sick kid riding a high. But we didn't think that for long. We get within 50 yards, and we hear this noise. A screeching kind of sound. It was sort of made up of two different sounds. One was a high-pitched screech, another was a low-pitched growl. It was making both at the same time. We get within 20 yards, and we hear this sound. I can remember thinking that it sounded like paper being torn apart while someone was swinging water in a bucket back and forth. My dad looks at me, kneels down and whispers, "I gotta stay behind him, 'cause we're about to corner him." Any animal will fight when it's cornered, especially when it's a predator. But we can tell by the tracks that it's just one. He tells me it's probably a single, feral dog, probably rabid. The plan is to sneak up on it while it's eating, shoot it, and then keep shooting it till it don't move anymore, then slit its throat. If it gets to Dad, it's my job to shoot or stab it or get it off of him. So, he walks up, and I'm right behind him, just a tad to his side, so I can see what it is. I wish to this day I hadn't. It was leaning over a carcass, tears off its flesh, and throws what it doesn't nibble aside. There's blood all over the brick, glistening in the moonlight. It's pale, white, human-looking, but not quite human. It had arms and legs like a human, but it sat like a monkey, hunched over. Its hands were normal. It had long fingers with claws at the end. So we see that, and my dad hesitates. He wasn't about to fire on a person, so he clears his throat to try get it to turn around. I swear to God, all the noise just ceased. I ain't never heard true silence before that, and not after it. But for 2 seconds, nothing made any noise, which made it all the louder when it turned around, made this shrill cry, and jumped on Dad. He got a shot off. I think he missed. If he hit the thing, it didn't mind. But it was on him, tears part of him off. I start shooting it with the .22, point blank, but it barely bled the thing. I got off 5 rounds, and then I started hitting it with a gun butt, but it wasn't budging. It didn't even register that I was there. It clawed at my dad, taking off bits of his flesh. It started on his torso, ripping off the skin, his tit, and then moved up. It tore off his throat. It tore off his nose, his eyes. It scalped him. Then, it started digging in and ripping off the bottom half of his jaw, the little bones, and that tube in your neck, then his ribs. I don't exactly remember what happened, but somehow, my dad's knife ended up in this thing's shoulder, and my dad ends up on my back. I'm running, and by God, I'm running faster than I'd ever run before or after, and it's following me. I end up back in the woods, opposite the ones we've been in. I'm heading towards my landlord's house, because it's half a mile away. I can hear this thing screeching and moaning. I hear the tree branches crack and get thrown around. It sounds like someone's taking an axe to every single tree I pass. It's cracking so loud and often, but I just ain't looking back. Finally, I trip into gravel I look up, and there's my landlord and a bunch of his buddies drinking around a campfire. I scream and I cry, and they come over. I'm telling them to call an ambulance, but he looks at me, and I'll never forget what he said. "What's that on your back?" he asked me. Just as he said it, he saw one of those god-awful flannel shirts my dad wore everywhere. It was what was left of my dad. Most of his head, his torso, but nothing after the waist. Suddenly, we hear it, screeching. He grabs me. My dad gets thrown on the ground. I'm fighting him, crying, because I think we can still save him, somehow. But my dad had been gone before I ever picked him up. He has to pick me up and throw me inside before I come with him. He and his buddies were all inside, and they're locking doors and getting guns. The landlord's asking me, "What happened? What happened?" But I just don't know what to tell him. He pieced enough of it together to understand that there was something dangerous out there. All the lights in the house are on, and someone calls the cops. They'll be there, but in 15 minutes. We look outside and see it walk in front of the fire they'd made. Don't know what it is. One of them says it looks like an ape. Suddenly, something goes through the window. We shoot at it, but it ain't the thing. It's my landlord's dog. Just the body though, not its head or legs. We start pushing things in front of the doors and windows when we hear something in the garage. I remember one of his friends saying that the doors are open. We hear metal and glass just get ripped apart. We put a couch and a TV in front of the door to the garage. It banged around some more, but then it got quiet. Not silent like it was before. We could hear it move around some, and the guys were talking, making sure the guns were ready. Someone hands me a pistol. No sooner did I cock the hammer back, did we hear something shatter upstairs. Then we heard it screech again, except now it was louder, and it didn't echo and fade out, because it was inside. We all rushed to the one door leading upstairs, and we got to it just as the thing did. It opened it just a bit, and 4 or 5 men just slammed into it. He got his hand through. Someone with a shotgun took care of that, put the barrel right up to its wrist and pulled the trigger, cut its hand off clean. That only ticked it off though. It started pushing on that door, clawing. We were on the other side, pushing as best we could, and it was on the other side, doing the same. That wood just wasn't going to hold, so someone tells us to keep our heads down. Suddenly, the top half of the door is just gone. My ears are ringing and there's splinters everywhere. 2 or 3 of them just unloaded on the top of that door. I don't really know where it went after that. The police got there. I was still glued to that door, what was left of it. The sun was up before they got me off of it. They put me in a hospital for a while. A lot of people talked to me, but I didn't talk back. Not for a long, long time. When I got back home, I got a job from the landlord, working on the farm. We didn't talk much, not about the thing, but I signed up for the army when I was 19, and he sent me down to drink some scotch as a send-off. I asked him, right away, what the police told him. The story they went with was a wild animal, probably a wolf, or maybe a bear that had migrated north. I asked him how they could say that when they had the hand. He looked at me, stunned. He tells me that the hand never made it back to the station. The cop who had it in his car wrecked, drove into a tree, died on impact. The hand was never found, probably taken away by an animal. The cops, when they would acknowledge the hand existed at all, said it was simply the paw of the bear that looked like a human hand. I never talked to the landlord again. He went missing when I was in basic. The cops never found him. They said he owed some people some money and just ran away. But I don't think it's that simple. I never went back to those woods. I wouldn't, even if I had the whole goddamn US Army at my back. But that was a lie. When my mother died, I don't think my father felt he had anything left, and that he might as well settle old scores. He went to those woods. He never came back. The FBI was called. They did a show for everyone involved, but I knew they weren't really looking. I had to get one drunk and slip him a few 50s before he finally told me that they get a few calls about those woods every year, about someone up and vanishing. But that was all he wanted to tell me, before he got up and left with the rest of his team. He wrote "the rake" onto a napkin. I didn't know what it meant until I searched for it on the internet. Honestly, I would have rather not known. I like the desert at night. They say it's dangerous to be out here, but I like it. It's good to sit by a campfire and drink a beer, out here where there isn't any noise or traffic. You can see all the stars because there aren't any electric lights to chase them away. Sometimes the wind sings to you, but then somebody usually comes along and messes it up somehow. Mostly it's drunks who want to beat you up because you're from the reservation. So when I heard pebbles shifting somewhere off to my left, the hairs on the back of my neck started to tingle, and my hand inched closer to my bowie knife. The figure that came walking out of the darkness didn't look very threatening. Just an old man wearing a traditional Navajo clothing and leaning on a crooked walking stick as he shuffled quietly towards me. "Getting cold," came the old man's voice, dry as the desert. I expected him to say more, but instead, he just sat down across the campfire from me, laying the walking stick casually across his lap. There was something about him that made me uneasy, but my apprehension increased when his hand vanished into a leather pouch that hung from his belt. He pulled forth only a crumpled pack of cigarettes, holding them slightly towards me. "Smoke?" "Sure," I replied, as my nerves began to relax. When he tossed me the pack, I noticed there were only 2 cigarettes left inside. I took one and tossed the pack back to him. I held my chrome Zippo towards him, but he instead took a wooden match from behind his ear, scraping it against a small grey rock that dangled from a leather cord worn around his neck. The sudden flare of light illuminated his ancient, weathered face, and his eyes seemed to sparkle eerily for a moment. Then, he sat smoking, silently. "Dangerous out here at night, you know," he spoke softly after a while. "Lots of things come out at night, even things nobody believes in anymore. They still come around sometimes." I smiled a little. "You mean ghosts and goblins?" "Maybe ghosts," he answered, after considering it a moment. "Not goblins, I don't think. Not even sure what a goblin is. But there are other things too. Things like the skinwalkers. You know about them? A sudden chill ran the length of my spine as the old man studied me quietly. Mom used to tell me stories about them when I was little, I mumbled. Then you know what can happen, said the old man. They take the shape of a man and wear the skin of a man, but they're really more like an animal underneath. They have powers too. Folks used to say only a shaman could defeat them. He turned his attention to the campfire. His image seemed to ripple behind the waves of heat rising from the flames. Embers danced around him like angry red fairies. Lots of other things out here too, he continued. The Wendigo, the Chupacabra, all sorts of things. They don't come around much anymore, but sometimes they do. Silence settled over us like a damp woolen blanket. The campfire seeming to begrudge us what little heat it was providing. The stars, twinkling above, seemed suddenly to be laughing silently, sharing some sinister joke among themselves. The thin slice of moon sank behind a lone cloud bank, as though unwilling to witness whatever might transpire. The beast attacked us without warning. I felt claws sink into my back as a great weight fell upon me. Then it was gone, and I rose to see the old man falling backwards. Whatever was on top of him wasn't visible, but I could see jagged rips appearing in his clothing and in his flesh. Then suddenly, he was thrusting the walking stick upwards, and there was a terrible screeching sound. The creature fell backwards into the fire and became visible as it writhed in the flames. I can't really describe it. Imagine a pale white maggot taller than a man. Its bloated, mushy body bristling with claw-like barbs. Something like a mouth at one end, with rows of shark-like teeth lining the inside. A clump of black eyes that seemed completely lifeless as it rose from the fire and again hurled itself towards the old man. I'm not a hero. My brain was screaming for me to get out of there, to just run anywhere, to just get away. But then I heard the old man's screams, and I saw the empty cigarette pack lying crumpled on the ground, and something inside me stopped shaking and started getting angry instead. I tore away my clothes and then tore away my skin as well, revealing my true form. I was springing towards the ugly monstrosity before I really had any time to think about it, which is probably just as well. As I struggled with the creature, attacking savagely with my own teeth and claws, I caught a glimpse of the old man, rising weakly to his feet. His walking stick was beginning to glow faintly, casting an eerie green light upon him as he moved forwards. He plunged the stick deep into the creature's side. The thing stopped biting at my face and made that deafening screech sound again. But this time, it didn't stop screeching for a long time. I'm not sure if it died or just went someplace else when it faded from view. I hope it died. The old man reached down to recover his walking stick from where it had fallen, watching me carefully. It's difficult for me to speak when I'm in my true form, but I can manage if I concentrate. What was it? I managed to ask. No idea, he answered with a puzzled frown. We stood, staring at each other for a moment. You gonna need a new shirt, I pronounced quietly, pointing a talon at his torn and ruined clothing. That's nothing, he chuckled. You're gonna need new skin. But then his smile faded. His grip tightened on the walking stick as he studied me in the campfire's flickering light. "You can relax," I lisped. "Shaman skin won't work on me." His eyes drifted uncertainly to his walking stick. "Still," he said softly, "I'm supposed to destroy you." "Yep," I hissed. "Same here, old man." We continued staring uneasily at each other for a moment longer. Then the old man's smile slowly returned. "Crazy world, ain't it?" "Crazy world," I agreed. As he turned to go, I glanced around and saw the shredded remains of my jacket. Snagging it with a claw, I turned back towards the old man, shuffling away into the darkness. "Hey, Pops," I called quietly, tossing him the fresh pack of cigarettes that had been in my jacket pocket. I think I managed something like a human smile. He nodded thanks, and then vanished into the desert night. I sat back down beside my campfire. A million stars twinkled overhead. They say it's dangerous to be out here alone in the desert, but I like it. Sometimes the wind sings to you, and all you can do is sing back. It begins with a strange door out of place. You don't even see it at first. It's just a shadow in the corner of your eye after you've passed it. One day, after realizing what you see, you stop. But as soon as you do, it's gone. You shake your head and laugh before continuing with your day. It happens again a few hours later, but this time when you stop, it's still there. For a moment, you just stand there in front of the door. But then, curiosity overcomes you, and you open it, only to find your own reflection. You laugh and wonder why someone would place a mirror behind a door. How stupid. You close the door and go about your day, but your mind never really leaves the thought of the door. Why was it there? What was its point? A few days later, you see the door again. At first, you don't even pause, but the curiosity makes you turn around. Once again, you open the door to find just the same mirror. This happens a few more times. Finally, just as you're about to give up, you notice it. It's not much, but it's enough to keep you opening that door. Just a few shadows in the mirror. You look behind you, but nothing is there. It gets boring after a while, and you consider ignoring the door the next time. Then, you begin to hear the voices. None of them are clear, a slight buzz or ringing at the most. Yet, once again, you're lured back to the door for more. Not long after the shadows begin to take actual shape, the voices begin to make sense. It gets easier with more concentration. Finally, one day you find the door in place of your coat closet on the way to work. You open it, expecting more hushed voices and vague shadows on a mirror. But what you see surprises you. There is no longer a mirror. You can't see yourself at all. Instead, you see people behind the door. The sight of them frightens you enough to slam it shut. Yet, they never even look at you. Once again, you begin to ignore the door for a few days. Finally, after almost a week, you break down, open the door, and step inside. You've never done that before, and you're not sure why you started now. Now that you've crossed their threshold, they begin to notice you. A few of them welcome you and ask how you are. Of course, you're shy and a little scared, but they take their time and adjust to your actions. Finally, you realize you're being silly and begin to walk with them. They seem like nice people, and you begin to wonder why you were rudely cautious before. They tell you how they don't get visitors often, and they tend to get lonely with just each other. You begin to feel a little sorry for them. At some point, a question occurs to you. After internal debate, you decide to ask someone. Who are you guys, and how did you get here? The man closest to you chuckles and says, We are the Sylems, and we came here the same way you did, through the Rorim doorway. Oh, you say? After a while of more talking, you realize you've been here too long. You're late for work now, and you have to go. But you promise them you'll return. That's when things begin to change. They tell you that you can't leave. You laugh and begin to search for the door, but you can't find it. That's when you notice something different about the people, something that makes you ask yourself, how are they talking to me? Because now that you really look at them, you notice that they don't have a mouth or nose. In fact, their bodies are completely lacking in human features. The only similarities are the two eyes, but even that is a cruelly dissimilar sight. They are simply long slits at the top of its skulls, with a black abyss beneath them. Their naked and repulsively gangly bodies are covered in stretch red splotchy skin. How could I not have noticed this before, you think to yourself. A thought passes through your mind that is not your own. You're ours now. You start to scream, but you can't. Your mouth won't open. Why won't it open? Open your mouth and scream. You have to. Someone will hear you and come and get you. They'll realize you're missing and see the door. Someone will save you from these things. One of the creatures begins to walk. No, it begins to crawl. Its gangly legs twitch and writhe as it gets closer to you. You're in too much shock to move, even when it's only inches from you. Once it's there, it begins to laugh, but without a mouth. The sound echoes through your mind. It's the most horrifying noise you've ever heard. You turn and run, and thankfully, they don't follow. Finally, you find another door. You look around cautiously before opening it. Disappointment and fear resonates through you as you see another creature behind the door. You collapse to the ground in fear. The creature seems to kneel to the ground as well. You stare at it, and in return, you feel its similar glare. The creature cocks its head to the side, and its grey head begins to rip apart and reveal a set of horrific, jagged teeth. So it does have a mouth. It's just not for speaking, you think, tediously. At first, you're sure it's your death. but the creature does not move. You realize it's smiling at you. For some reason, this comforts you, but you wonder why it hasn't said anything to you yet. So, you get up, only for the creature to mimic you. You try to give it a complex look, but its black eyes just stare back at you blankly. Every once in a while, its stretched skin flashes over the slits, as if it were blinking. You start to back away, and once again, it mimics you. That's when you slam the door. For a moment, you are confused. Why was it doing that? Was it some kind of torture? You sigh internally and reopen the door. Once again, you stare at it, and it at you. More creatures begin to accumulate around the creature. All of them now wear the same cruel grin that the first one wore. You close your eyes for a minute and slowly open them to see the creature doing the same thing. The creatures in the doorway seem to be laughing silently, as if there was some joke you didn't understand. Their stares become too much, so you turn around, only to find the same creatures standing behind you. A memory of the first time you opened the door, what seemed like ages ago, flits through your mind as you look back at the doorway. A look of fear flashes through the black eye slits of the creature, before returning to a cold look of cruelty. The smile widens as you give in. Maybe living with them won't be so bad. Despite how they look, you know they won't hurt you. You're one of theirs now. Sometime later, hours or days, maybe even years, the door opens on its own. Someone steps through the doorway. It's a new Asylum. She seems shy. You decide to greet her and make her feel welcome. It's nice to see a new face. You hope she stays. Oh yes, that would be nice. Hope didn't like being home without her parents. All of her friends did, and they had all shared wild tales of what exactly they had done when their parents were gone. They all seemed to get a sense of satisfaction at disobeying their parents and defying their rules. Hope didn't have a rebellious streak. It wasn't that she was a goody two-shoes. It was just that her parents had always been reasonable with her, and in turn, she complied with their wishes. On this particular night, Hope's parents had gone out for dinner and a movie, and probably wouldn't be back until very late. Hope flopped down on the couch and picked up a book. It was a novel by Stephen King. Before long, she was beginning to grow a little nervous. Her eyes fleeted around the room. Seeing she was alone, she relaxed a little, before noticing the open door that led into the kitchen. The light in the room was out, and the darkness was unsettling. Hope couldn't shake the feeling that something inside the kitchen was watching her, perhaps leering with a sinister grin. Hope tried to continue reading her book, but kept getting distracted. At last, she finally got up and ran towards the kitchen door. She slammed it shut and drew back in one quick movement, as if expecting a hand to snake out of the blackness and grab her wrist. Needless to say, this did not happen. She let out a sigh of relief and even laughed at herself a little before going back to the warm comfort of the couch. Instead of retrieving her book, Hope simply grabbed the remote and flicked on the TV. She reached over and turned off the lamp on the nearby nightstand before adjusting herself on the couch, curling into a cozy position. The television was displaying a rerun of The Newest Criminal Minds. Hope swiftly changed the channel to the Cartoon Network. She had had enough scary stories for one night. She glanced ruefully at her library book, which was now discarded on the floor. Hope slowly turned her head back to the television screen and, in a snug posture, gradually fell asleep. About an hour later, Hope was awoken by a sudden stream of light hitting her face. The light was shining in through a window. She winced and turned away, moaning softly and cursing the light for interrupting her slumber. Just as suddenly as the light had come, it was suddenly gone. Thinking that a car must have come up a street, Hope shut her eyes and tried to blot everything out, from the blaring of the television, from the gentle rain that was beginning to fall outside. The light came on again, cutting through the window and illuminating the living room before shutting off once more. It seemed to be coming in short and long bursts. Hope blinked sleep from her eyes before sitting up. Why are there lights coming from outside at this time of night? She wondered to herself. And why are they coming in quick bursts like that? She eventually realized that one of her neighbors must have a faulty garage light. Thinking well of herself for having solved such a mystery, Hope turned to the television and, grabbing the remote, turned the volume up a few notches. Then, something very peculiar happened. The television shut off. The power had gone out. Power outages themselves were not uncommon where Hope lived, and it really did not surprise her. What did surprise her was how the light outside kept flicking on and off. Hope realized the light that was flashing outside couldn't be a garage light, now that the power was out. Fear welled up inside of her, and her heart began to beat fast. What if someone is trying to lure me outside? She thought. I might be being stalked by a madman. She realized that she was trembling all over, and she grabbed a blanket from the far end of the couch. That's when a more disturbing thought hit her. What if he can see me right now? Hope looked at the window, and a feeling of unease crept over her. She definitely had the distinct feeling that she was being watched. Hope made up her mind then and there what she would do. In a quick movement, she vaulted herself over the couch and hurtled into the darkness. The flashing lights continued and seemed to grow more insistent, more impatient. Hope crawled along the floor before reaching up and grabbing the doorknob to the kitchen. She slowly turned it and slipped inside. She shut the door behind her, blocking out the flashing of the lights, but she could still see them underneath the crack of the door. She moved through the darkness and grabbed a kitchen knife from the counter. She sat down in one of the chairs at the far end of the kitchen and watched as the lights became slower, as if discouraged, before eventually stopping altogether. Relief flooded over her, and in spite of herself, she let out a smile. An hour later, Hope's parents came home. They opened the front door and were greeted with silence. They called out Hope's name and got no response. When they went to the kitchen, a ghastly sight awaited them. Hope sat in one of the chairs at the far end. A horrible expression of shock was evident on her face, and her throat had been torn into by a vicious blade. Hope's own kitchen knife lay uselessly on the floor beside the chair. The police came immediately after Hope's parents called and began searching the grounds around the house at once. They were very surprised to find a young teenage girl close to a ditch across the street from their house. There were multiple stab wounds all over her body, and it was quite obvious she had been murdered in the same manner as Hope. Clutched in the girl's hand was a small flashlight. Jay Bennett hadn't noticed the chubby man sitting alone in the corner of the booth until it was nearly time to close. He had been wiping down a couple of pub tables in the bar area where he spotted him, noshing on a plate of big bucks and fuego jalapeno poppers and watching Division III college football highlights play on the television mounted on the wall. There was nothing particularly interesting about the chubby patron. His brown, argyle sweater vest and khaki trousers didn't exactly command attention, and his plain, unassuring features did nothing to accentuate his remarkably ordinary appearance. Yet still, there was something curious about the man that Jay couldn't quite put his finger on. Closing time meant Jay would soon be spending the next hour and a half mopping puddles of urine off the bathroom floor and hand-drying dishes in the kitchen, while Trevor, his 19-year-old zit-faced assistant manager, played Candy Crush and browsed Facebook on his phone. Jay hated closing the restaurant, mostly because he despised answering to a lazy, community college washout almost half his age. From where he was standing, he could see Trevor sitting in the office at the back of the restaurant, staring into his phone and giggling away like an acid-dropping rave bunny at Burning Man. Any minute, Jay thought to himself. Any minute, the little turd's gonna stroll his pimply ass out here and force me to scrub the toilets till they shine. I just know it. Excuse me? The voice that interrupted Jay's pity party was soft and sophisticated. Right away, he could sense an air of intelligence in its tone, something not commonly heard at Big Buck's Wings and Beer. Jay looked up to see the man in the brown argyle sweater vest waving him over to his booth. "Yes, you, sir. Excuse me, but may I speak to you for a moment?" Jay glanced back towards the office. Trevor was busy furiously tapping away at the screen of his iPhone. He let out a sigh and sauntered over to the booth. "You need the check? We're closing soon." "Not necessarily," replied the chubby man. "I already cleared my tab with the pretty young thing who works behind the bar." Jay tossed the towel he was holding over his shoulder and folded his arms across his chest like a nightclub doorman. "Then, what can I do for you, mister?" "Well," the man paused briefly to collect his words. "You're Jay Bennett, correct?" Hearing his name come out of the mouth of a total stranger felt like an unexpected punch to the gut. "I am," Jay said, doing his best to appear unmoved by the chubby man's inquiry. It was a defense mechanism he had developed during his stint in prison. Jay found out very fast, while serving his time, that the best reaction to an unforeseen predicament was typically having no reaction at all. "And you are?" "Oh yes, where are my manners?" The man in the sweater vest extended a sweaty palm out towards Jay. My name is Robert Wilkins. Dr. Robert Wilkins. Jay remained silent, stonewalling the doctor, causing him to retract his hand. The chubby man studied the ex-con silently, before continuing on. FYI, I'm not the kind of doctor who went to med school. My degrees are cultural anthropology and archaeology, ancient Egyptian studies to be exact. My colleague and I have published hundreds of papers on the subject. Feel free to look me up if you don't believe me. A quick Google search should confirm my claims. Honestly, I don't give a damn, grunted Jay. What is it you want already? The doctor neatly folded his napkin and used it to dab his brow, a mannerism reminiscent of a 19th century plantation owner. Right, I suppose there's no further need for introductions. Might as well get right down to it. Jay Bennett, I'm here tonight because I have a job for you. I already have a job, and if you're trying to hire me to do something illegal, then look elsewhere. I'm on parole and I don't plan on going back to prison anytime soon. Jay snatched the towel from his shoulder and started towards the bathrooms. Wait, please, the doctor desperately blurted out. This job pays well, I promise. Jay spun around with every intent to tell him off, but froze when he spotted the sly smile that had crawled its way across the chubby man's face. Besides, it's a hell of a lot more fun than scrubbing toilets. The doctor waved a hand, inviting Jay to sit across the table from him. With two pudgy fingers, he nudged his plate of jalapeno poppers aside, then bent over to retrieve a black, leather briefcase that had been sitting at his feet. Jay scooted in to the other side of the booth. He swiveled his head to glance back at the office. Trevor was still gawking like an idiot into his phone. How do you know my name? Jay asked. My associate gave me your information, he said. Who you are, what you do, where to find you. He told me about your criminal record. 12 counts of burglary, 3 counts of drug trafficking, and assault with a deadly weapon. You said you beat a man with a crowbar. I was defending myself. The guy shot my partner. Yeah, after the two of you broke into the man's house. You're lucky he made a full recovery, or else you'd probably still be locked up. I'm surprised you even found a gig at a hole like this. Jay glared at the doctor, his lips twisted into a frustrated scowl. I'm not here to judge, though. After all, the chubby man popped the latches of his briefcase and lifted the lid. I was hoping to encourage you to break the law one more time. He removed a red envelope from his briefcase and placed it on the table, pinning it with his index finger. What do you know about Egyptian mythology, Jay? I know a little. Have you ever heard of Ra, the sun god? I think so, Jay answered. He's the one with the bird head, right? Very good. A proud light beamed from the doctor's eyes. That is correct. Ra is the most important god in Egyptian mythology. He was believed to have ruled over the sky and earth, and his head wasn't just that of any bird. Most often, it was depicted as a falcon. Now, this was no accident. You see, birds of prey have the keenest of eyesight, and, legend has it, the eye of Ra could see all. He scooted the envelope across the table towards Jay, then lifted his finger, releasing it before renewing his spiel. There's $3,000 cash, a photograph, an address, and a number in that envelope, Jay. The money is yours whether you take the job or not. If you do accept my offer, there will be an additional $7,000 in it for you. The photograph is of an artifact I'm asking you to steal for me. It's called the Eye of Ra. It's a very rare gold coin with an extremely special engraving in it. It was excavated during a dig I helped oversee 1 year ago, and I want it back. And the address is where I can find it? Jay asked. He was already thumbing through the envelope's contents. Yes, it's the home of an ex-colleague of mine. He's the one who has taken it. It shouldn't be too difficult for a man like yourself to retrieve. He doesn't own a gun, and I'm certain he never turns on his home security system. Plus, he's blind. All you have to do is keep your mouth shut, and there's no way he could ever identify you. Call the number once you have the Eye of Ra in your possession. We will arrange a rendezvous point, and I will gladly pay you the rest of the money when you hand it over to me. The artifact is worth a lot of money? Jay asked. The doctor laughed. No monetary value other than the gold it's made from, which, by the way, wouldn't get you as much as I'm willing to pay. However, for me, the artifact is priceless. Why haven't you gone to the cops? You said this guy stole the coin from your dig. Why not just ask them to get it back for you? Sounds like the university should have a claim that it's their property. The doctor snapped his briefcase shut, quickly securing the latches. I don't plan on letting the university have the coin either. He stood up from the table. Hold up, where are you going? Asked Jay. I still have a lot of questions. Why me? Every one of your questions will be answered soon, Jay. But I'm afraid I don't have time to stick around now. You're a skilled thief. This job will be a cinch for you. Call me tonight when you have the Eye of Ra. Tonight? The chubby man in a brown argyle sweater vest flashed him a haughty smile. Good night, Jay. I hope to hear from you soon. Jay tucked the envelope into the waistband of his pants as he watched the peculiar patron amble out of the door. A shrill, high-pitched screech suddenly broke the silence of the now empty restaurant. Bennett! Jay twisted around in his chair to see Trevor's lanky frame hovering in the office doorway. Big Buck doesn't pay you to sit on your ass. Get in the bathroom before I call your PO. I want to be able to eat off those toilets. The rest of Jay's shift seemed to fly by as he mulled over the doctor's proposition. Every now and then, he'd run his fingers across his waist, feeling for the contours of the envelope still stuffed inside his pants. Just to make sure he hadn't dreamt the whole conversation up. The doctor had told him the gig paid $10,000, more money than he made in 3 months wiping down tables and washing dishes. He thought about how degrading it was working under Trevor. There was only 4 months left on his parole, and he had already decided he was going to quit his humiliating court-appointed job as soon as he was out from under the thumb of the justice system. That kind of cash would really help out until I can find a new way to make some money, he thought to himself, while pulling his after-work cigarette in the parking lot of Big Buck's. Jay tugged the envelope from his jeans and searched through it until he found the photo of the artifact. An icy chill swept through him as he gazed down to the picture in his hand. The design etched into the face of the coin was breathtaking, a pattern so impossible and mesmerizing, Jay didn't even notice the cigarette fall from his mouth as he ogled it. Staring at the coin was like being able to see in color for the very first time. All at once, he felt the urge to hold it, to grip it between his fingers. "The Eye of Ra," Jay whispered. His decision had been made. Not more than a minute later, he was punching the address into his phone's GPS as he pulled his car out of the parking lot. The clock on Jay's dashboard flashed 2 a.m. by the time he pulled up to his destination. The home was bigger than he was expecting. The location in the quiet foothills, overlooking the noisy commotion of the city where he lived and worked. He had passed a couple houses on his way up, but now there were none in sight. Jay let out a satisfied sigh of relief. Because the home's seclusion, the possibility of nosy neighbors and unexpected eyewitnesses was virtually off the table. It was the kind of place that a cat burglar dreamed of hitting. He killed the engine and stared steadily out the window at his target, watching for signs of life. With any luck, the doctor's former colleague was out of town, and Jay would be able to search the residence at his leisure. Jay slipped his hand into his sweatshirt pocket and gripped the handle of his butterfly knife, a safeguard he hoped he wouldn't need to use, then exited his vehicle and crept around the back, searching for an open window. He slinked his way through the shadowy yard towards a wide arched window in the back of the house. To his surprise, Jay found it unlocked. With a gentle nudge of his hand against the glass, it easily swung open, allowing him to slip inside. The doc just might have been right about this being an easy job, Jay thought. He was now standing in a living room, decorated with expensive-looking furniture and ostentatious art. Hanging on the wall was a replica of Picasso's The Weeping Woman. Jay examined it closely, trying to discern if it had any value, even going so far as to lift it from its hanger, before he noticed the price tag was still attached to the back of the frame. It was purchased on sale for $19.99. "No need to hang it back up, Mr. Bennett. I never liked that piece anyways. My ex-wife decorated the place." The voice stopped Jay dead in his tracks. "Yes, Mr. Bennett. I know you're down there. Won't you please join me in my study?" Jay leaned the painting against the wall and scanned the room, searching for the source of the voice. "The study, Mr. Bennett. I'm in my study upstairs." He located the staircase in the foyer. Without a word, Jay removed the knife from his pocket and tiptoed up the steps. The voice had identified him by name. A surge of panic washed over him. Visions of being back behind bars were swimming through his head, like deformed, mutant goldfish in the New York City sewers. "Second door on the right," the voice called out when he reached the top of the stairs. The floorboard squealed under Jay's feet as he stepped down the dark hallway towards the door the voice appeared to be emanating from. He paused when he reached it and squeezed the handle of his knife tight in his fist. There was no hint of light leaking out from underneath the door. Whoever was waiting for him in the room was doing so in pitch blackness. "No need to knock, Mr. Bennett," answered the voice. "I'm already expecting you." Jay pushed down on the handle and cracked the door. Its squeaky hinges tore through the silence as he opened it just wide enough to poke his head through. There was no visibility. With his free hand, he yanked his cell phone from his back pocket, turned on the screen, and waved it in front of him, bathing the room in pale, green light. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lined both sides of what looked to be an office. At the wall, directly opposite Jay, was an elegant cherry wood desk. Sitting behind it in a leather office chair was an elderly, bearded man. Jay cringed when he looked closer to see the upper half of the man's face completely wrapped in bandages. The strange figure turned his head in Jay's direction. "Come on in, Mr. Bennett. I promise I don't bite." Jay pushed the door all the way open and took a couple timid steps inside the room. "I hear you're looking for the Eye of Ra," said the old man. A perverse smile warped his wrinkled face. "Well, it must be your lucky day, because you've come to the right place." "I don't want to hurt you," warned Jay, "but I'm prepared to. Just give me the coin and I'll be on my way." The old man scoffed. "Ha! You don't want to hurt me? Unfortunately, that's not for you to decide. Nothing is. We don't get to decide anything. Didn't you know that?" "Listen here. Quiet, Mr. Bennett," the old man snapped. "You'll be leaving with the Eye of Ra tonight. There's no question in that. But I figured I'd at least disclose to you a little about the hell you're about to unleash on yourself first. My associate, Dr. Wilkins, already told you about the coin. We excavated it a year ago during a dig of an ancient unmarked tomb, recently discovered 53 kilometers outside of Cairo." "Dr. Wilkins?" "Yes, Dr. Robert Wilkins, my associate, the man who hired you to steal the artifact. Who do you think requested him to seek you out? To put it plainly, you've been set up. I'm sorry that we had to lie to you to get you here, but eventually you'll come to understand that we had no choice. None of us do." "You're full of crap, old man," replied Jay. The old man smirked. "Oh, how I wish I was. Where was I? Ah yes, the dig. Wilkins and I were able to recover quite a bit from the tomb, most of which is currently touring the country, traveling from museum to museum. The exhibit is quite lovely and I'd advise you to give it a visit next time it stops back in town, but..." He paused and let out a bizarre titter. That won't be necessary." Jay darted towards the old man and swung his knife downwards, burying its blade in the desk's polished wooden face. "That's enough of your crap. Just give me the coin, or the next time I stick this knife into something, it'll be your neck." The old man inhaled sharply in excitement. "What a guess! You'll appreciate just how funny that threat was one day. I promise you that." He opened the drawer of his desk and extracted a small leather pouch from it. Now that he was closer, Jay could make out brown splotches speckling the bandages that cover his eyes. Dry, crusty blood. It looked like the wraps hadn't been changed in ages. "The coin is right here, Mr. Bennett. But I hope you don't think you've intimidated me into giving it to you. The fact of the matter is, I'm turning it over because I have to. That's just the way it's supposed to go. But before I do, I will finish telling you my story. Listen, I don't care about... Not all of what we recovered from the tomb made it to the exhibit, though," the old man continued. "You see, the coin in this bag conveniently went missing without anyone else even knowing it existed. I discovered it myself, in the hand of one of the mummified corpses we found in the tomb. A young priestess, no older than 16 when she was buried. It goes against my code of ethics to take souvenirs from an excavation. But the coin... Well, just look for yourself." He reached his finger into the pouch, drew out a gold coin about the same size as a 50-cent piece, then placed it on the desk in front of him. Jay held his breath. The design etched into its face was hypnotic, far more captivating in person than it was in the photo. "The Eye of Ra," the old man whispered. "Pretty, isn't it?" Jay reached out an arm, but the old man snatched it up before he could grab it. "Not yet," he shouted. "I'm not done with my story. I discovered something fascinating about this artifact very soon after taking it in my hand. It passed on to me a strange ability, a sort of clairvoyance, if you will. I could sense things, Mr. Bennett. I knew what others were thinking before they said it, what things would happen before they actually occurred. Soon after, these powers took on other attributes. I learned I could read minds, anyone's I wanted. I didn't even need to be in the same room as them. Hell, the same continent even. That's how I discovered my wife was having an affair." Jay tried to say something, but he couldn't find the words. His eyes remained glued to the coin on the old man's hand. Dr. Wilkins was the only other person I ever shared this secret with, but even he doesn't understand what my powers would eventually become. He thinks they're driving me mad, but he doesn't understand Bennett. He doesn't understand this coin like I do, like you will. He doesn't understand that the Eye of Ra really does see all. "Give me the coin," muttered Jay. I need it." The old man laughed. "Of course you do. I knew that the power was getting to be too much once I realized I couldn't turn it off. The thoughts of billions of people all streaming through my mind was maddening in its own right. But that was just the tip of the iceberg, really. The Eye of Ra's true power is much more horrifying. Imagine, Mr. Bennett, imagine being able to see everything. Everything that ever did exist, and everything that ever will exist. My eyes no longer perceive the world the way that you do. My mind no longer experiences time in a linear fashion. I've seen it all the good, and yes, Mr. Bennett, all the evil as well. I witnessed Vikings rape and pillage villages in intimate detail. I watched countless genocides occur through the course of human history. I looked through the terrified eyes of a 12-year-old Pakistani girl in the year 2087 as the heat of a nuclear bomb engulfed her and her schoolmates in flames. The old man whipped his hand up to his face and began tearing away at his bandages. "I couldn't take it anymore, Bennett. I couldn't bear to see these things any longer. That's why I did something about it. That's why I dug out my own eyes out of my face with my bare hands." Jay recoiled at the horrid sight now in front of him. Two gaping, blood-caked craters sat in place of eyes on the man's mutilated face. "The coin is a curse, and Dr. Wilkins believed he was helping me con you into transferring it onto yourself. But he doesn't realize it won't work like that. The curse doesn't transfer. It spreads. Even removing my eyes has only given me temporary relief. The visions are already starting to come back to me. Soon they'll dominate my every thought again. The only way to be rid of it is to die." "You're insane," shouted Jay. "Maybe, but that doesn't matter. The curse is real, Mr. Bennett. I don't want you to have it. If I could break the chain, believe me I would. But our fates are set in stone. There's no point trying to explain it to you anyway. You'll learn the truth soon enough. You're the man to bear the burden of this power. I've already seen it. That's why I had Wilkins convince you to come here. There's no escaping fate, Mr. Bennett. Tonight, you will wield the power of Ra, just as I have, and Tonight, I will die, and finally be free of this damn curse. The old man jerked forward and ripped Jay's knife from the desk. Without warning, he then drove at him, slicing the blade wildly through the air. Jay grabbed hold of his arm, knocking the knife away, but dropped his cell phone as they wrestled to the ground. With Jay's only source of light gone, darkness once again enveloped the study. The old man was stronger than he had anticipated. Jay gagged as the blind lunatic wrapped a hand around his throat. It felt as though he was crushing his trachea. Jay reached out his arm, desperately searching in the blackness for something to strike his attacker with. A hard, plastic object brushed up against his fingertips, and instantly he knew what it was. Jay wrapped his hand around the handle of his knife, then thrust it upwards until he felt it penetrate flesh. The grip began to loosen around Jay's neck, and with a thud, the old man slumped to the floor. Jay could feel the warmth of his blood begin to pool around both of their bodies. He pawed about on the ground for his cell phone, eventually finding it under the cherrywood desk. A pale green light swam back into the room when he powered the screen back on. The old man's body lay motionless on the floor, the point of Jay's butterfly knife submerged deep within the side of the throat. Jay leaned against the desk and gasped for air. Under the light from his cell phone, the blood still spilling from the old man's neck took on a deep purple hue. Jay bent over, yanked the blade from his throat, then wiped it down on a part of the carpet the old man hadn't gushed on. In the dead man's hand, Jay spotted the coin. He pried the artifact from the corpse's fingers and stumbled out the door. An ice-cold shiver ran up his spine, causing his body to tremble when he looked down to the bewitching artifact resting in his palm. There was something strangely comforting about holding it. When he made it outside to his car, Jay searched through the red envelope the doctor had given him until he located the phone number, then dialed it into his keypad. "I'm sorry, but the number you're trying to reach has been disconnected. Please hang up and try again." Jay cursed into his phone at the automated message. He'd been given a fake number. He sighed and started up the engine of his car. He wasn't concerned about locating Wilkins. For some reason, he had a strange inclining as to where his home was located. Now that Jay had a homicide on his hands, he figured he'd pay the doctor a visit in order to tie up any loose ends. As Jay pulled away from the house, he reflected on what the crazy old man had said to him. The Eye of Ra sees all. What a load of rubbish, he thought. A pair of headlights approached in the distance from the opposite direction. Ever so briefly, Jay felt his brain go numb as a static image appeared in his head. A picture he could see in his mind's eye. "It's a blue Dodge Neon," he unconsciously blurted out. A 2005 marine blue Dodge Neon drove past his car. When I was young, I was always told the sounds I heard at night were made up. It's just a figment of your imagination, my father would always tell me. But every night, as I laid tiredly on my stomach, covered from head to toe in blankets, I could have sworn I heard what almost sounded like someone tapping their fingernails across the floor of the attic above my bedroom. Whenever I heard it, usually around the first night of every month, it would begin ever so quietly. It'd always start out with just a few taps, repeating themselves for hours some nights, and only seconds on others. That was usually enough for me to start jumping into my parents' bed those nights. But as I got older, my parents would start locking their bedroom door, insistent upon the belief that my imagination was just getting the better of me. But I knew something wasn't right. I usually would try to sneak out of my bedroom those nights. I'd wait silently under my covers, listening until I heard the latch of my parents' bedroom shut close. Then, I'd silently sneak downstairs and sleep on the couch those nights, just to avoid the noises coming from the attic. Not long after, my 8th birthday finally came around. Being a kid, of course I was ecstatic, and at my party, after all my friends had given me their gifts, my mother came out and said that there was still one last surprise for me, but I had to close my eyes. Reluctantly, I closed them, expecting my father to come out and pull some mean trick like shove some birthday cake against my face. But instead, heard nothing but some silent giggling from a couple of friends as something hairy, and what could only be described at the time as wriggly, was slowly placed into my extended arms. After getting the go-ahead from my mother, I finally lifted my eyelids to see the small, sandy brown puppy laying across my arms. I immediately loved the little dog I would eventually name Queenie, after a song my mom would listen to in the car on a regular basis. Anyways, over the course of the next month, me and Queenie bonded completely, becoming practically inseparable. The only catch was, in order to stop her from tearing the house apart while we slept, I had to keep her with me in my bedroom every single night. The first of the next month came before I knew it, and much sooner than I would have liked. At least this time, I knew I wouldn't have to handle it by myself. I'd have Queenie with me. After an hour of trying to fall asleep with frustratingly insignificant results, the nefarious tapping started. Slowly at first, like a dripping faucet. But by the end of the 2 hours in which it took place, it was like thundering rainfall. Then, as if on cue, it stopped abruptly, only to be followed by a deep scratching noise, as if nails were being dug into the floor above me. Instantly, Queenie began barking like nothing I had ever heard from her before, an almost vicious, snarling bark that, combined with the intense scratching, caused me to hide under my blankets with pillows on either side of my head, desperately trying to block out the terrible noises. After what seemed like forever, I finally poked my head out from underneath the covers to discover that the noise had finally stopped. I spent the rest of the night holding Queenie close, wishing my insomnia would fade just as the noises had. I would eventually spend the next month desperately trying to think of a way out of staying in my room so I wouldn't have to listen to those horrifying sounds coming from the attic above me. Being a child, of course, I never really had any functional ideas, and before I knew it, the inevitable first of the month was coming this weekend, about to rear its ugly head. Terrified by the thought of spending another night listening to the noises from the attic. I ended up coming home from school in tears. Walking through the front door to greet my mother, I instantly recognized another figure in the living room. My Uncle Mick. Without delay, my uncle came over to me and gave me a hug. "What's wrong, bud?" he asked, obviously noticing the tears flowing down my face. I replied, explaining all the noises and Queenie's barking. Figuring, just as my parents, that it was just my imagination and an overactive puppy getting the better of me, he came up with a solution. The plan was, since he was staying over the weekend, he'd sleep in the attic above me to make sure the noises didn't bother me. Later, after a long dinner, I eventually made my way into bed with Queenie. Just as I was about to fall asleep, a terrible thought came through my head. What if Uncle Mick didn't get woken up by the noise, and whatever making them attacked him in his sleep? I wasn't about to take a chance on losing my favourite uncle, so as fast as I could, I jumped out of bed with Queenie by my side and ran downstairs to the living room, where him and my parents were chatting and drinking coffee. I told my uncle that he had better take Queenie with him to bed, just in case. Masking his frustration of having to sleep with what he thought was a yapping little puppy in his room, he agreed, and finally comforted, I returned to my bed for the night. I had just fallen asleep for the night when I was abruptly snatched from my dormancy to the second of a confounded tapping, which, within almost a second, promptly drifted into the deep scratches. I laid in my bed, paralysed with fear, hoping to God that my uncle and Queenie were alright, as the baleful scratches continued to get louder, each scratch more intense than the last. I couldn't help but imagine some grotesque, gauntly creature slowly ripping my loved ones apart with its long claws while I lay there in bed, unknowing and helpless to anything that may be lurking in the room above me. After 30 minutes, the scratching finally ended, only to be replaced with a slow wheezing sound resounding off the walls in such a way that it almost seemed as if its source was directly beside me. I figured something terrible must have happened to my uncle, and I was trapped, hidden under the covers, forced to listen to his final breaths. I had remained that way for what felt like multiple hours, until I eventually drifted off to sleep, awoken the next morning by the sunlight pouring into my room. Sitting up, my nerves quickly alerted me to the deep cut on the back of my neck that I must have gotten from a screw astray in my bed. Suddenly, my thoughts were quickly redirected to the fate of my uncle. With tears slowly making their way out of my eyes, I leaped up. Legs carried me as fast as they could upstairs to the attic, where I imagined I would find the floor covered with the blood and entrails of my uncle. Bracing myself, I slowly turned the doorknob, only to be greeted by my uncle and Queenie, freshly woken up. "Morning, bud," my uncle said, as Queenie quickly addressed my presence with a few licks of my hand. "How do you sleep?" "Good," I replied. "Did you hear any of the noises I told you about?" I asked. "Nope. Heard you yell or something from your bedroom, but when I went to check on you, you were just laying there, fast asleep in your stomach." "Huh? That's weird," I murmured, then made my way down to my bedroom to get dressed. A couple days later, my mom was helping me clean my room when I noticed a puzzled look on her face. "What's wrong?" I asked. My mother looked at me. "Nothing, sweetie. I was just wondering how you got those handprints on your ceiling." At once, I realized the truth. Those noises weren't coming from the attic. They were coming from my ceiling. Later that week, I moved out of my room and into the attic. My dad would begin to use the room as an office, and eventually I got older and left for college, leaving behind my parents and 3-month-old baby brother. A few years later, however, I returned home for one of my regular visits to have my young brother come tell me about his new bedroom that he got in Daddy's office. My heart sank, and as he turned around, I couldn't help but notice a small cut on the back of his neck.